Plans within plans within plans. Schemes within schemes. The High Tower, an apt setting for today's discussion about conspiracies, far-reaching and malevolent in nature, and some fervent in nature, and some righteous in nature. But A Song of Ice and Fire has many schemers, many plotters, many people hatching plans, from Illuminati class to Fisher-Price class. We will cover them all today. That's right. Say hello to our panel, Sean MacArthur and Q Mickey. What's up, y'all? Mickey, you're frozen. And you're unfrozen.
Erica. She let it go.
Oh, and she's gone. She's like, I'm out. You didn't get my intro right. I'm out. I told him if he didn't get my intro right, I was peacing out, and he did it anyway, and I'm gone. No, Mickey will be right back, guys. But hello, Sean, and hello, future Mickey. And yeah, we are here to rank the schemers. Let's show them the game board. It's much more exciting than the notes. There she is. There she is. Hello, Mickey.
Welcome back.
You froze there just for a second. Talk for a bit. Let me see if you're coming through. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah? Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you for joining us, everyone. And Mickey, you are in costume today.
I am Marjorie Tyrell, roses and all.
And there is a severe lag on yours. Sean, are you seeing that too?
Yeah.
Okay, give me one.
Why don't you bounce back out and in again, or yeah. Sorry, guys. You know how it is with the internets. I am here in front of the castle today because that's where the plots are hatched, Sean, in the castle. And as you can see from our game board here, most of these plots are revolving around the Iron Throne. Not all of them, though. Some of the Illuminati class plots are even more far-ranging than the Iron Throne and Westerosi politics. But, you know, these are our four classes that we've got. The Illuminati class for conspiracies, like I said, ambitious, far-reaching, potentially magical or religious in nature, secretive, smells like the Illuminati. Theranos, if you remember, was a whole, look it up, but it's one of those it's a .com scam sort of thing. It was a product that didn't really exist or something like that. And okay, here's Mickey again. Don't ask me to explain the Theranos. I watched the thing one time, but like yeah. Hey.
Hello?
Yes.
Great.
Yes. Now we're happening.
Okay, nice. Much better.
Much better. And you are, of course, showing up in costume as Marjorie Tyrell, who was cut from the list. Not a cut.
I know.
She's really just an adjunct to the lady Olenna Tyrell.
I think so.
Queen of Thorns. That's what I was trying to say.
Not to give a full analysis, but I will really quick since we're on the topic and I thought about it. I think Marjorie is using lessons from Olenna and seems to be schemy, but I think she's just doing things like, and I thought about this with her and her ladies. So it's going to sound terrible. I will preface this. But I think she protects herself the way Olenna wants her to be protected by using her ladies as like human shields and also for alibis and, to gather other intelligence. So I think she's smart in that way, but I don't think she probably thought about it so like straightforward as that. But I feel like that's what she's doing. Or at least
Marjorie I would say that we could see Marjorie step out of Olenna's shadow to do her own plotting at some point in the next book when it comes out. But as of now, I think, we had to pare it down a tiny bit. So we went with Olenna. We can talk about Marjorie as a part of the Olenna. Here's how it's going to work. Where's Bloodraven? That's a good question.
Bloodraven's not a schemer. He is a benevolent and straightforward ruler who loves us all.
All hail Lord Bloodraven. Hashtag always listening. Yeah, he's probably could be on here, I guess. He's in the Weirwood net. Yeah, he's sort of, I don't know. I was going mostly with like characters like kind of in the main story, but yeah, if Bloodraven was on here, he'd be in the Illuminati class, I guess. Damn it.
He's
Right
a
at the
big.
beginning, you guys really just have to start off like that. Anyway, look, we've
Well,
got
we left
24
out other
schemers here to
characters
talk
like
about.
that.
What's that, Sean?
Not, we left out other characters like that. Not that there's anybody quite like Lord Bloodraven, but we left out some characters just because they weren't really in the purview of the kind of the main series, or like I also just we didn't know enough about them. Like we talked a little bit about the like Danny's court in Meereen, and we just don't really know enough.
Yeah, it's also Bloodraven is also would be a major incomplete because we don't really know what his objective is or if he's been successful. We just know like he's recruited Bran to the cave, obviously. There is a magical purpose behind it, obviously. Many people have lots of theories about that, but apart from that, it's hard to yeah. So setting aside Bloodraven, who would be the master, I mean, nobody can scheme better than a guy who can spy on everyone with magic. So, shout out to Lord Bloodraven, like I said. But what we're going to do with this, guys, is we're going to do a lot of chat interaction today. So we're going to we'll start by nominating, which you can do. I've got the mini window. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Peace. Perfect. So we're going to start by nominating a character, sorting them out into a tier, and as we get more characters into the tiers, we will then argue about the rankings of those characters, which we will do by polling you, the chat. And so, to nominate a character, if you want to, you can do one of them super chat things and pick a character, and we will start with them. And if there's not a super chat coming, then I will pick a character or ask one of these two guys to pick a character. So that's how we're going to do it. And as you can see, we've got Littlefinger, Varys, Illyrio, Cersei, Tyrion, Euron, Melisandre, Danny. That would be what's that guy? Martell, Doran Martell, Ned Stark, Balin Greyjoy, Renly Baratheon, Olenna Tyrell, Tywin Lannister, Roose Bolton, Ramsay Bolton, the Faceless Men, Jorah Mormont. That's Jorah. Remember, he's got the brand now. He's looking real bad. The High Sparrow. There's a little bit of High Sparrow artwork, but honestly, the guy from the TV show is the High Sparrow, I think, to most people. So I went ahead and used his picture. That's Theon, and then Ariane Martell, Mance Raider, Wyman Manderley, and Sam Tarley. Summer likes to sniff Bran's socks. Well, of course. All good puppies like to do that.
Do we want to meet my dog, Summer?
Of course, the chat always wants to meet dogs.
All right.
In general.
Summer, come here, girl. Summer,
So
come here.
we've got a Lady Sansa lounging on the couch, and we've got a Summer. I've got birds. We're very ice and fire themed around here. So who shall we start with, chat? Who shall we start with?
Oh, come here, sweetie.
Oh, that looks like a very happy dog.
Oh, she's insane. She's absolutely sweet, but she's out of her mind. She requires about 16 hours of sleep a day, and she cannot sleep unless she is tucked in.
That's so cute. I love it.
Yeah, she's great. I did not bring her Tuckies blanket in here, so there's no summer Tuckies, so she's demanding to be let out. So I'm gonna go ahead and let her go.
Cool. Well, hurry up because we're starting with Doran Martell. Thank you to Alona Wood. Alana Wood, probably. We can get Alone in the Woods. Always a dangerous place. Ask Waymar Royce. We can go ahead and put Doran at the bottom of the list. Bad schemer. Only the concepts of a plan. Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about old Doran Martell. So, Doran Martell is definitely a big time schemer. what's his objective? Essentially to marry his children to Targaryens, to gain the Targaryens as an ally in order to destroy House Lannister. So his motivations are revenge and ambition, like many of our schemers. His mark is essentially the Lannisters. His pawns are his children. And this is kind of the thing about Doran's plotting, is that he is running his family like a mob family, and he only trusts his family. Like, he doesn't trust people outside the family, which means his children are his pawns. So far, the results that he's gotten essentially failed with Dany. Quentin failed on his behalf. And then, this is Sean's note. Hey, Siri, remind me in 70 years. So, R.E. Fagon. Yeah, Ariane and we'll get to Ariane, but that one doesn't look to be going super great either. Smells like tragedy. Smells like Teen Spirit of Tragedy. And so collateral damage, Quentin and his company. You mentioned Ariane's schemes as collateral damage, Sean.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, we talked about it with everything Doran did, keeping Ariane in the dark really caused her to go off and do her own thing, and she's very dumb. So that did not work out super well. Main thing is that he started raising Quentin as the heir to Dorne, and that really rubbed Ariane the wrong way, who is the eldest and by Dornish law is the heir. So that was very problematic. She basically saw that she was being usurped, and she went to go do something about it, as a reasonable person might. Her plan was terrible, but her motivations are very understandable, and that is Dorne's fault for not including her in the planning process at a time when she is old enough to be the heir. She's 19. At this point, she should already being groomed. If she's being groomed for something else, which she was originally planned as the, queen of Westeros, that is something he should have talked to her about.
At some point. Mickey, what do you think of Doran's overly secretive plotting that involves his children but doesn't really tell them what's going on?
I think so. When I was thinking about the type of schemer or the type of political leader that Doran is, I think he does have ambition, as we clearly stated. He does have a revenge plot for the Lannisters, and he wants to be part of the next dynasty, the Targaryens, especially since there was that last Targaryen Martell alliance, right? And I think, and I don't want to say this, just I'm going to say it, but don't take it the wrong way, I guess. I think what he could do, like his political aggressive maneuvers that he wants to do, are limited by his own health. And I think because of his health, a lot of his children, but also the public, realize maybe he isn't as effective as someone else like Oberyn is. And I think one of his downfalls, I would say, is not maybe underestimating Oberyn, but I guess kind of, because he didn't think Oberyn would die, right, for his own vengeance against the Lannisters. And I think maybe he had considered that other people could be as aggressive as he could be. But I think, again, for whatever reason, he didn't want to let his children know. And I don't know whether that's not trusting them, whether he wants to be be known as the architect for these things. But it definitely is his downfall that his children kind of take it over there, like they go above and beyond what he intended them to do.
Well, so we've got here, his blind spot is that children are unpredictable. And this is something we see with some of the schemers who have very detailed plans, and they go very far down the road of thinking they can predict what everyone's going to do. And so their blind spot ends up being people that are unpredictable. And of course, children are unpredictable because they don't know who they are yet. Teenagers, young people, they're trying to figure that out. Ariane's growing up in Dorne. She sees the cutthroat politics, and she's like, oh, my brother's, outflanking me. I've got to do something. Exactly. So it's similar. Your point with Oberyn is the same thing. He's not a child, but he's obviously not as predictable as Doran Martell. And Doran made the mistake of thinking that if he just looked Oberyn straight in the eye and said, "Now go up there and don't do anything rash," that he would stick to that. And of course, he didn't.
Well,
So
what what alternative did he have? I think it was a good point that because of his health that you brought up, Mickey, that he had to essentially depend on some loose cannons. Like obviously, children are loose cannons for the reasons David's talking about, but Oberyn is a loose cannon, and Doran knows him well enough to know that he's had to clean up his messes his whole life. But he doesn't really have an alternative but to trust him because he's powerful, he's competent, he's important. But he lost it a little and kind of ruined their plans and created another generation of needing revenge.
I agree. And I think he thought the potential for control that Oberyn could do was greater than the risk that he posed. And also with Quentin, I think he kind of built him up in a way where he felt more important than what he was. And I think Quentin was so desperate to like prove himself, right? That he, as we know what happens to him in the books, it's unfortunate. But
Oh,
he's constantly trying to prove himself and proved one to his father that he is as important as he was raised to be, but also to Daenerys to see like, oh no, I am the prize that you need to get back to your home. So it unfortunate Doran's ambitions did cause his children to get hurt.
okay. So as far as our tiers that we have here, um, the idea with these is that they're sort of like groupings. Like I said, I was starting to say the Illuminati class is the most expansive and ambitious theories, usually having to do with like control of the world or magic or religion or something like that. Your Theranos is basically your money making scheme. Your Cointel Pro, that's that's an old botched FBI program from the set. Again, look it up. Um, but the idea here is like a political scheme of some kind, and the competency is sort of going down. As I don't know if Theranos or Cointel or the FBI is more incompetent, but they're less competent than the Illuminati is the point. And then you've got your Fisher Price, my first scheme. So, um, where would you, Sean? Where would you put Doran in your opinion?
I'm having a lot of trouble placing him between Theranos and Illuminati. But I'd probably say Theranos.
So you think a money making scheme? See, I was thinking more of like a Cointel Pro because he's trying to do intelligence and politics, but he kind of botched it.
Sure. I guess the way I'm coming at it is there. It's kind of two pronged. It's about murder. A little bit of Lannister murder, but it's also about ambition. And it's kind of impossible to separate which part of it is ambition to marry into the Targaryens and create a restoration so that they can kill the Lannisters, or are they killing the Lannisters and that somewhat frees up a power vacuum that they can step into? There are multiple avenues to really look at it. I don't know. I felt weird putting it in COINTELPRO just because like I don't know. It's not strictly speaking a hierarchy. It's more of a classification. But I kind of wanted to put him into Illuminati. I
He's
think
like a
that
wannabe Illuminati, but that makes him Cointel Pro to me because the FBI are kind of like wannabe world domination, but they can't do that. Um, let's put it to the poll. So Maynard James Plum, let's put it to the chat. And what's your thought, Mickey?
If we're going to classify his ambitions, I guess COINTELPRO for sure, but his outcomes were Fisher Price. They didn't give him anything. Like
hey,
really, at the
for
end of the day,
now,
what did he get?
70 years from now, this is going to look great.
Well, so she's got a point, Sean. She's got a point. This, even though the scheme is 20 years running or 17 years running, it could still be his first scheme. It's just he's really slow. So he started his first scheme, he's still on his first one.
Although there have been some fruits from this, they have definitely gained some power since Robert's Rebellion, with the Myrcella promising, with gaining a seat in the small council, which they're still going to occupy through the Sand Snakes even now. They have increased in power a lot. They've managed to stay out of the wars of the realm since then, so they're left a little bit more intact militarily. But yeah, it's hard to argue that he's accomplished a ton or that his schemes have even really been the reason that they accomplished those things.
Okay, there we go. Here's our poll. And we'll see. I saw a lot of Cointel pros coming out of the chat, but I can see, yeah, it's there's a wannabe Illuminati element, and there's stuff. I think he's a little bit above Fisher Price, but that is coming in second. I see that, so I'm gonna go ahead and tentatively get ready to slide him into Cointel Pro. I think that's right. I think that's right. Now, should we go? Are the smartest people on the left or the right? Probably the right. Yeah,
The left.
left. Okay,
Yeah. Because then
so we'll.
it'll zigzag. And the very right person in Fisher Price will be the worst. And then the
Okay,
very left of the Illuminati will be the best.
okay, sounds good. So I'll put him down here. He may move up. We'll see. We'll put other people in there and we'll see. But 28% for Fisher Price. Yeah, I think this is accurately capturing the vibe of what's going on. And this will be useful for the chat. See, it gives us there's just a dash of Theranos here, you know. All these schemes have a certain amount of religious fervor to them, to lesser and greater degrees. That's one thing that we picked up on as we were going through these. So, yeah, Doran Martell, there it is. I'll let this poll run, but that looks pretty strong for Cointel Pro. So,
And Sean
chat
made a
next up.
really
Who should
good
we? Who
point
should we?
about what they've gained. Like they do still have a seat on the council, which is interesting. So the Winds of Winter, I wonder what that's going to be like, that dynamic. Because it
Chaos.
is way better than what they had before, which was brewing in their own castle, essentially.
Well, so one of the things that I was talking about with Sean yesterday is that much like the Starks, the Dornish do well defending their own territory, but when they leave their territory, they usually die. And so Doran is sort of messing with that as far as like, Doran's a death trap if you're defending it from invaders. But he's getting ready, he's marshaling the spears, so they're getting ready to move out, they're making their plays, they're making alliances. So,
I
yeah.
feel like it's similar to the Starks because once they leave, there's a high chance that they're not coming back and they're kind of isolated in their own kingdom. But unlike the Starks, Dorne is in the South where they're privy to a lot more political strategy and alliances than the Starks are.
That's actually a great point. I always bust on Ned for not keeping sources in King's Landing, after Robert's rebellion. If he was going to bugger off to the north and let Robert be king, he needed to stay in touch with what was going on so he doesn't get down there and be like, oh my God, you're millions of dollars in debt. How could this happen? I had no idea. Doran does a little bit better at that. And that's why he's not on Fisher Price for me. Like, Doran is competent. He understands. He has been scheming and making alliances for 17 years without getting caught. So there is that. And it's not his fault that Viserys was an idiot. That was just the one chance he had to play on a Targaryen prince, and he turned out to be an idiot. So he's trying to pivot now and deal with Dany, but then Fagon showed up first. So you can kind of feel sorry for him. He's like trying to find a Targaryen ally, and he's just like, which one is it? So it's just doesn't have the best luck, it seems like. All right, so chat, who do we doing next? Who are we doing next? Send me money. Send me a super chat. We're playing games. Come on.
Send a super chat to see who's next, y'all.
Yeah, y'all.
And we'll also
Thumbs up
answer
the stream,
questions
y'all.
too.
Like and subscribe, y'all.
Yeah.
Dude is fishing for targs. He is.
Etch the name of the next schemer into a bullet casing.
That's a little dark, Sean.
Sorry.
All right, let's do Olenna. That's a good call. So hang on here.
Grandmama.
Grandmama. Oh, okay. Here we got a paying customer here. Cersei. Thank you, Kirsty. Christy. Christy Lee. We will do Cersei. She's a good one. So of course Peter Baelish talks about Cersei. Where is she? I'll move her into the throne waiting room here. So Peter Baelish talks about Cersei as someone who thinks she's a player, but is actually a pawn. And this is something that we see with some of our schemers. Some of them are running smaller schemes, And then there are bigger schemers who might be using the smaller schemers as pawns in their own scheme. So I see Danny there, and I'm interested. Okay, we'll do Danny next. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. And so let's pull up the Cersei notes here. Cersei Lannister. Her objective essentially is to consolidate and hold on to power. Her motive, a lot of narcissistic tendencies, and of course, not a clinical breakdown of a person doesn't exist, but rather description of their general sort of actions, and we're in their head. It smells a little narcissistic, so I'll just say that. In any case, it's a lot of ego-driven stuff. She wants to, she's an interesting case study as far as how different women react to patriarchy in Westeros. That's a big part of Cersei's plot. She has a very antagonistic relationship with her, limited gender role in society. The fact that she's older, but Jaime's given all this when they look the same, or at least they did when they were younger. And of course, George is referencing the myth of Narcissus, which is about someone very beautiful who looked into the water, saw his own reflection, and fell in love with it, right? So Jaime and Cersei, when they look at each other, it's like looking into a mirror, and they actually fell in love with each other. So it's a direct call out to the Narcissus myth, even if we can't do an official diagnosis. But what's your thought on Cersei's makeup and motivation in general? And of course, her scheming, it's not even one coherent scheme. She's just sort of scheming against everyone else who threatens her power dynamic, right? So Ned first, then Tyrion in the second and third book, a little bit Sansa, and then Marjorie, of course, becomes her big opponent. And she's using, what do we got here? She's using Jaime, she's using Lancel, obviously, in the early books. Then she's using the Kettle Blacks, Oraine Waters, the High Septon. She thinks she's using the High Septon. It doesn't work out. But yeah, what do you think of Cersei's scheming and, what's going on up there?
You want to go first?
Well, as we know, we did a whole Cersei video, a whole Cersei stream a while ago where I was Cersei, so I feel a little connected to her, I think, from now. But Cersei is somebody who, and I'll just kind of explain her a little bit, and then we can talk about her, what's happened. So overall, Cersei's raised by someone who is desperate to prove that he is not his father, and I think, and we'll talk about Tywin. So Cersei is kind of in a position where it almost feels like she wants to spite every single buddy, like everybody, like you said, everyone's her enemy. And I think, and that's even the lesson that she wants Joffrey to learn, right? It's like, who's the enemy? Everyone who isn't us. And I think she believes that to a fault, to where she isolates herself politically and she removes alliances that have more potential for good than not, like the Tyrells. Like, she's so against them, but she has everything to gain with them. But because she wants to be the main architect, she wants to be the one who fixed King's Landing, fixed the crown, fixed, Baratheon rule, right? Like, Robert was terrible, but look how good my children are. Like, look what I did. I'm their mother, right? And so I think she's in this constant state of wanting to prove herself and then overestimating her own abilities, because there are some loose ends she tries to cut off, where she relies too much on this tiny amount of people that are her alliances that don't really give her anything. Like Qyburn, right? So Qyburn does a lot of her dirty work, but Qyburn doesn't really have a lot of he doesn't have a lot of political ambition. He just kind of wants to do his weird science experiments in the basement. But he can't really give her more authority than she already has, right? And that's one
True,
person.
yeah.
Pycelle, she throws out. Once he starts annoying her, throws out. So that's another seat on the council who doesn't like her.
Well,
right? So she starts isolating herself.
Yeah, the Tyrells are the best example of this. She should have made an ally out of the Tyrells. It was right there to do it. And Kevin thinks about it. Even Kevin's yeah, I mean, sure, don't trust him completely, but you got to work with these people. They help to yeah, you have to have some allies. So a super chat, and I'll kick this right back to you, Mickey. Do you think Cersei would have had a better outcome in life if she had married into a Dornish house? And one thing I was thinking about is like, she's married to the king, Robert. She, I'm almost tempted to say she gave up really quickly on trying to turn Robert into something workable, but I can't really convict her of that because he's an abuser and called her Leanna on the wedding night. So it's like, okay, I'm not gonna say, oh, you should have tolerated that and rode over that. Like, I won't go that far. But she did. You're right in that she sees everyone outside the family as an enemy and doesn't seem to be able to think of any ways in which to co-opt or have an alliance or anything with anyone outside. And then she even ends up turning on Jamie. So, like, yeah, would it have been any different if she had married Oberyn or something?
Well,
I think so. I guess it would depend. Sorry, Sean. I think
You
it
can
would
go. You can
depend.
go next, Sean. Sorry.
Okay, I think it would depend on what time marrying Oberon. I think marrying Oberon after Baratheon, I don't think she was in any state of mind to like, because he's a very aggressive player. He's a very, you know, I don't know if I'd call him flamboyant, but he's very flashy, right? People know about him. He's this glorious fighter. So I think he would take a lot of attention off of her. So I don't, she didn't want to marry, other people. Like, why would she want to marry him? While I do think Oberyn's awesome and like he could have reined her in, I think Cersei's still scorned by not being able to marry Rhaegar because he was everything to her. I mean, we learned that she drew pictures of him and her, right? And it wasn't until Ares kind of talked shit to Tywin and was like, "Why would I, have your daughter marry my son? You're like a servant." And there's a ton of things we could talk about Tywin and Ares' relationship, but I think she's still scorned by it, and I think the first day being with Robert just kind of like love isn't in her corner. She even tells Sansa like there's no love, like you'll only love your children, only love your children. That's all that matters because to her that's literally the only thing she can do. So I don't think it would work, and I think it would just I mean, I love Oberyn so much, but I don't know if he'd be able to rein her in. And I don't know if his status would be high enough for her either.
I think it
so
could have been different. But Sean, what do you think?
I think it might be. Well, who is it worse for? But I don't think it would have worked out well marrying Oberyn. One, because Oberyn is not a monogamist, and it is a huge point of contention for Cersei. The affairs of Robert, she is offended every time. And not only that, but Oberyn may actually take on a romantic mistress who is maybe his long-term partner, which is what he ended up doing anyway. A wife would not stand in the way of that. A wife to him would be purely political. So that would be a brutal situation for her. She would not handle it well. She would lash out in a lot of the ways that she lashed out previously. Um, and that may end up with her in a bed of scorpions in Dorne because they handle politics a little bit differently down there.
That is okay. I agree that if Cersei would not have put up with any of that, that would have certainly she would have had the same reaction as far as she's trying to hunt down and kill Robert's bastards. Now I will point out that Doran is not a cheater. He is an open relationship guy. Like him and Ilaria have other people that come into their thing. They're looking at you from across the bar. Okay, so would Cersei have been able to get talked into that lifestyle? Probably not. But I just want to point out it's not like Oberyn is going behind anyone's back and doing
No, no,
that.
no, not at
And it
all.
seems like him and Ilaria have had multiple kids together, so it seems like they've kind of been sticking together for a bit. I don't know which sand snake has which parent and when they were born and all that stuff. But the one thing that the chat was noticing and that I could see is like there's a certain fierceness and ruthlessness in both characters that could have maybe led to mutual respect. And you see the situation in King's Landing. Jamie is right there. Other Lannisters are right there. Cersei is still caught up in all of that. If she moves to Sunspear and her and Oberyn have a chance to actually start fresh without other baggage and other children and stuff like that, maybe they turn into like a vicious power couple. I could sort of see that, but it's very hypothetical. It's an interesting hypothetical, but certainly Oberyn is very different from Robert. That is true.
I don't
You
think he
know,
would be worse.
yeah, I don't think he'd be worse. He'd be way more romantic, I think, which I think Cersei would like. But I do think what could potentially convince Cersei is that it would allow not just one of her children to rule, but two, right? So Marcella, like, because I mean, she is legitimate, and if if she did marry the Martell, but it would be like, oh, I don't only have a son on the ruling the Seven Kingdoms, but I have another child here ruling in Dorne. So I think that could probably entice her, since that's what matters to her.
Yeah, and the
Well,
chat is pointing out that like Cersei has shown some tendencies towards more sexual openness here later, and not all of it. It's not in a healthy way, but one wonders. Yeah, different roads. Um, maybe her and Oberyn have a solid relationship for a few years, and she hangs out in Dorne and starts, winking at you from across the bar. If Cersei and Oberyn are winking at, I'm leaving. I'm out. That's no thank you.
well,
But
Oberyn actually already said he was out in the books. He said he'd rather pull the cord and find scorpions come out than her.
that's
But
true. That's
I
true.
do want to say that I don't think anything they have could be positive any more than temporary, just because at the heart of this, she's a narcissist, and narcissists can't have healthy relationships with other people.
There you go. It's probably she does seem to be creating most of her own chaos, and so the fair thing to predict is that she would have done that anywhere. So in any case, she's using everybody as pawns. Where have her schemes gotten her? Well, her head is shaved. She got imprisoned. Then, of course, paraded through the city naked, walk of shame. She lost her regency. She's lost respect of her family. She's at odds with basically her entire family. She's been isolated, and the only reason that she's still in power is because Varys is using her as a pawn and knocked off Kevin Lannister. So, but of course, she killed the old High Septon and got caught for that. That's probably the biggest thing. She also slept with, I think it's Osney, right? Chained up in the wall there in the Sept.
One of the Oz's, one of the
One
Kettle
of them,
Black.
yeah. So her plotting has come back around. Nobody has figured out the Qyburn stuff, but that'll come out too. One suspects, and the dishonor that will be attached to the Lannisters after the Red Wedding, and then Cersei's reign of madness. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of collateral damage, as you can see. We've already seen some of it. She unleashed the warriors' sons. She let the High Septon create them, and now we've got them running around King's Landing. Obviously Tyrion, was him being exiled or whatever, and having to flee. That was all part of that collateral damage. Robert is dead. Lancel is Lanceled, whatever you want to. It's almost like reeked, but like religious.
He's
Religious
physically
reeked.
and mentally destroyed, and he found religion.
Yeah. Well, Theon's finding religion too, kind of.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, a huge portion of the War of the Five Kings is her fault. So she's a collateral damage factory, Cersei Lannister. Her skills: seduction, flattery, ruthlessness, a certain low cunning, as they say, and her blind spot, besides her own, like paranoia and stuff, really is her inability to shift perspective. She can't predict what other people will do because she can't put herself in other people's shoes and think like other people. There's only her mindset, kind of. So,
And
where do we put
I
her?
wonder, I wonder
Fisher
if
Price says, oh, go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, I wonder if a bit of her short-sightedness and ruthlessness is not comforted, but she is a little comforted knowing like Tywin's, when he's still alive. Like, oh, well, do you know who my daddy is? Like, he'll come and mess up your stuff. Like, no matter what I do, he can come and destroy you. Right. So I think there is some sort of safety net there too, that it's not just her.
And now that
Yeah.
now that he's gone, she's manufactured. She's like, well, I'm actually fiercer than Tywin, and like, yeah. So
And it's funny because all three of the kids do that, where they pull the Draco Malfoy, "My father will hear of this" card, and it's it doesn't work out very well for any of them. It maybe works out for Tyrion the best. He survives the Mountain Clans largely because he's like, yeah, my daddy will give you a lot of money and weapons and all that. For Jamie, he starts going off about his father, using it as both a threat and a motivator. He loses a hand. And for Cersei, everybody's just kind of, they don't care. They know who Tywin is.
The one thing I will say about Cersei is she did successfully outwit Ned and seize the throne for Joffrey. So that was a success for her. And although she immediately started making mistakes, like when she exiled Barristan, and yeah. So
And let
in
me
any
get
case,
executed.
the chat says Fisher Price, and I think I've got to agree with that. Mickey, what do you
Love
think?
her though. Doesn't make me dislike her anymore. She's a great character.
Oh, she's a fantastic character.
She's hilarious. I
Oh
read
yeah.
her chapters. It was the funniest stuff I've ever read in the series. It was
Oh
fantastic.
yeah.
All right, so and then we're gonna do Danny next because somebody put in a super chat for that.
We have Roose Bolton after that.
Oh, did somebody super chat for Roos? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you. Excellent. I'll go back and thank that person in a second. So Daenerys Targaryen, she does look good on the throne, I will say. Her main scheme, of course, is the one she pulls on the good masters of Astapor. That's really the only thing she does that qualifies as a scheme, quote unquote. And it is a true scheme. She tells no one what she is doing. She essentially uses Jorah and Barristan as pawns. She uses their disbelief at her suggestion that she'll trade the dragons to sell the ruse. So she's smart and she's willing to use her own people as pawns here. Jorah and Barristan, not in a harmful way, but she needed their genuine incredulity, yes. And so it worked. Her goal was to set off a slave revolt. Her motives were good, obviously, justice, empathy. She needed an army. She could have bought 1,000, but instead she freed the entire army and did a little justice on the way. So collateral damage is essentially the reaction that the various slave masters had to her taking Astapor. So the Marinese crucified 163 children on the road between the two cities, Yunkai and Astapor, or Marine, I believe it was. And basically all the slave cities have now sent their troops to Marine to go to war against Dany. So that is essentially the collateral damage, is that she picked a fight and now she's got one. So yeah, brilliant scheme. It worked, but she is still dealing with the fallout. Sean, go ahead. What do you think about this?
Well, I think one of the things you mentioned, that she picked a fight and she got it. Like, yeah, she's dealing with the fallout of this, but this is the fight she wanted. She chose to stand up for slaves' rights. She chose to make this not okay the world through. That's one of her major goals. I will say that some marks against her is that when she gets to Marine, she's absolutely out of her depth with political scheming. So she imprisons her dragons. That's a huge power play against her, and she allows it to happen. They use the fact that she has a lot of empathy for the people that she's ruling, um, and a lot of empathy, period. But they're constantly the Shave Pate, the Green Grace, and then all of these people in Marine. They're running circles around her until she figures out what's going on. You're muted.
A little bit, yeah, I was agreeing with you. To me, this is a Cointel Pro, and this is like a successful FBI mission, essentially. It's not Illuminati level for me because it's a localized ploy. She's trying to trick the wise masters out of an army. That's not a global plan.
Right.
Her scheme is it started and it ended in a couple days. It was basically an operation with dummy actors and propaganda, and then the result was a coup. So to me, this is clearly a Cointel Pro CIA type operation. And just to clarify on our tiers, Theranos was a little bit bumbling, true, but I almost called this Enron, and it really could just be like Wall Street. It's just financial conspiracies, basically. So yes, Theranos is kind of laughable, but they took in a lot of money. So, I mean, you know, but yeah, I call this a coin pro for that reason. Mickey, your thoughts?
So Danny does that scheme does help her, I think, overcoming the wise masters, the slave masters. That is a point in her direction.
They're the good
But
masters in, I
the
have to
good
look this
masters.
up, in
Yeah,
Astapor, and the wise masters in
yeah.
Marine. They all
There we
deserve to
go.
die, and I hope they rot in hell. Go ahead.
But I do think she I think one thing she did that kind of set her back is losing Jorah. And I feel like it was more of an emotional response than anything, because I think Jorah would, him not giving her counsel when it comes to Marine, and him not being there with Barristan, like to make Barristan's voice like bigger, right? Because Barristan's great, but he's limited. He says he's limited. But Jorah having more, having more political strategy, he knows the houses more, he knows how to deal with people. I think that kind of, set her back a little bit. And I do agree putting her dragons in was also a setback, because she limited her own self, because a big part of her authority is her dragons, because she's a tiny girl, she's a child, right? So like physically she's not very intimidating, but suddenly when you have 3 huge beasts around her, you're going to do what she says, right? And now
Mhm.
there's rumors about her and how strong she is with her dragons, right? And these rumors are reaching Westeros. So she is getting this word of mouth that she is this terrifying person. But I do
And
think, yeah, like as you said, she isn't versed in regional politics, and I think she really should have. And I think if Jorah were there, she should have taken up Quentin on his offer and just gone to Westeros. I think she didn't need to stay in Marine. I know why she did, but I think it's just letting one part of her overshadow the other part, when her real ambition is to get back to Westeros. She didn't need to stay there, but I understand why she did.
you raise a good point, though. You're mentioning the propaganda aspect of it. She pulled one operation, and now everyone's kind of terrified of her. This is another Cointel Pro type aspect to me, where it's like choosing where to do a big event, so that people pay a lot of attention to it, and it shifts the sort of. There's a little bit of a Theranos aspect to this. I understand why people are voting on that, because it is a financial transaction, which is fraudulent. She is promising something and then being like, "Whoops, you get nothing." So I understand why people are voting for Theranos too. It's got aspects of both. But yeah, we'll let this run for a little bit longer. We've only got 108 votes, and there's how many people watching? You guys, it's not too late. There's 420 people watching. It's not too late. Your vote makes a difference, folks.
A single vote matters, y'all. Practice your civic duties as YouTube watchers and in the chat.
Yeah, and I would say, as far as remember, the skill level is more sorted out inside the tiers. So if we put Danny in Cointel Pro, she'd be at pretty much near the top of Cointel Pro, because hers, it worked. It completely worked. So you know what I mean? So it's not so much that like, oh, Theranos is over Cointel Pro. Those are more like different types of schemes on a similar level. One is more political and one is more financial.
Sure.
So we just had to have Fisher Price for the ones that are just abject, like, what are you you should not be scheming, like Ned, right? He's, spoiler alert, he's going on Fisher Price. So okay, so our chat is leaning Cointel Pro, strong support for Theranos, a little bit of Illuminati, just because it is a very high-minded thing that she's doing. And the Illuminati schemes ostensibly are not just about power, but they have beliefs about how the world should be shaped and stuff. Danny is shaping the world here. So there are some elements of that. I can see that too. But we'll go ahead and leave her in Cointel Pro, since that's my opinion. Oh, I mean, since that's what the chat voted on. Okay, cool. So, and then let's see. Yeah. So Then we've got who did you say? Roos? Okay,
Roos,
let
yeah.
me. All right. So thank you, Joshua. And thank you, Zach. Thank you, Dornish Northerner, I'm guessing. Show me the whole name. No, it's not. Stop. Go away. There we go. Thank you, Dornish Northern, probably Dornish Northerner, I'm guessing. And thank you, Erica. All right, so let's talk about Roose Bolton. Go ahead and introduce us to Roose, Sean.
All right. Well, Roos is we've got our points here. One sec. His objective is he wants, and that's probably the biggest thing I would say, and boredom. He is often very motivated by boredom. That's something that Lady Dustin points out specifically. Then we go to the Mark. He uses Robb Stark and House, or he is definitely Robb Stark and House Stark are marks of his. House Manderley, he is screwed over in a big way at the Red Wedding and is now using them. Really, just a lot of northern houses to consolidate his power. Next, we go to Pawns, and he's using the Bloody Mummers. He's using the Freys. He's using Ramsay. To a point, he was using the Lannisters. The results: usurpation of House Stark. He has become the Warden of the North, the Lord Paramount of the North.
Can I just cut in, Sean, real quick? I just want to clarify to people, like, with the pawns, sometimes those are also co-conspirators. A lot of times when people are collaborating with a conspiracy, but they're part of different conspiracies, they will essentially be using each other. And that's kind of what the Lannisters, Freys, and Boltons are doing with the Red Wedding, is they are all conspiring with each other and hoping to use each other to benefit themselves, but nobody trusts. They all have different interests. So carry on.
Right. As far as we go, collateral, he actually hasn't had a ton of collateral yet, but he is aware that Ramsay is probably going to kill him. So he might end up the collateral in his own schemes, and he seems weirdly okay with that in some ways. As far as skills, he's very clever, cunning. We mentioned opportunistic. He is completely ruthless, as evidenced by the Red Wedding. He's very patient. He uses the ruthlessness, but he also shows restraint. There's always a purpose when he's being ruthless. And another one is just being very detached. It allows him a wide angle view of what's going on. It allows him to really, investigate a situation without bias and really evaluate it and see what his best move is. And his blind spot, we think, is Wyman Manderley.
We talked for a minute. We're like, does he even have a blind spot? Because he sees Ramsay coming, obviously. He's looking at Ramsay as a political rival, even though he's his heir, which is what Tywin did to Tyrion. But Tyrion didn't see that, and Ramsay probably does. But yeah, we're like, what's Roose's blind spot? And we're like, oh, it's Manderley. Like everyone else in the North, he has bought the picture that Manderley has sold everyone. He's scared. He's fat and incompetent and doesn't want to leave his castle and just wants to be pampered and this and that. When actually he's a bloodthirsty, player of the Game of Thrones. He's ready to cut a fool. So now he's seems to be motivated. I don't want to get into. I was going into Wyman, but for Roose, yes, it is Manderley that he might not see coming, and because Manderley's plotting to. And we're not suggesting that he trusts Manderley, but just that he hasn't caught on to Frey pies. Like Manderley did the whole Frey pie thing right in front of Roose. He didn't have any suspicions. He ate the pie after he saw Wyman eating it. So it was like, oh, he was looking out for poison, but he's not thinking the 3 Freys that disappeared are cooked into pies because Wyman's a psycho. He's not thinking about that. So yeah, Roose is having success, but the main collateral damage is not only that Ramsay's trying to kill him, but that most of the North hates him because he did all this dishonorable stuff to get power, and the North really revolves around honor and guest right and all this stuff. And he violated guest right to do the Red Wedding. So he's Lord of Winterfell, him and his son, yeah, but everyone below him, he doesn't have the loyalty that the Starks have from these people. So what do you think about Roose as a plotter, Mickey?
I think Roose, I think one of his blind spots is actually also Ramsay, and I'll tell you why. But before I get there, I'll tell you his behavior, his overall him looking detached, I think appeals to a lot of other lords in the area, just like how Baelish also loves to appear detached, bored, because other people are reading that in, oh, he's not really like too personal in it. He's really he's not rash, he's not emotional, he's very strategic. So I think that just doing that, whether or not it's actually him, is to his benefit for at least his appearance. But I think Ramsay is his blind spot. And I think it's because even just the fact that he took him in, we have the same eyes. We must be the same. He does recognize how violent Ramsay is, but I also think that he makes these alliances, including with Ramsay, and I don't think he realizes how, no matter how he thinks they're so beneficial, and they have been thus far, they're going to be so destructive for him and have started to be. One, Ramsay's treatment of Jane has caused him to lose Theon and Jane. So Roose, when he figures that out, is going to be, we'll see what he does to Ramsay. And I think he thinks he can control Ramsay more than he can, because even though he knows he's still violent even under the thumb of Roose,
Yeah,
right?
I
Like
agree.
he still pushes that envelope.
So clearly the metaphor, and I'll give this to you, Sean, that Mickey is trying to make here is that Ramsey's a lot like the Democratic Party. We're never quite sure if it can be reformed or if it should just be put out of its misery. And I'm kidding, sorry. But yeah, he's, to your point, he's trying to reform Ramsey, and it's probably not possible. He's like, dude, you gotta, like, keep it quiet, like do the torture a little quieter. And it's like, that's not, he's a psycho. He doesn't have the restraint that Roose has. Like, Roose is also a psycho, but has a certain amount of coldness and restraint, whereas Ramsey is all wild passion and like rage and stuff. So
I
it,
mean, he also lost Jamie too, and he ruined Jamie, right? The
Well,
Mummers.
did he lose Jamie?
Well,
He's the one
Jamie
who
got away.
captured Jamie. Bruce?
Yeah,
well,
He gave him
she's
back.
saying
his
that,
hand got cut off, and then right? Isn't that under him?
No. So Jamie actually escaped from the prisons in River Run because Brienne killed some
Yeah.
people, some guards, and then they came down the river. Roose was at Harrenhal, and he's the one who apprehended him. And when he brought him in, he
right.
already had his hand cut off by the Bloody Mummers.
Oh,
So,
okay. So that had been done before.
And then
yeah,
he was in the process of negotiating with Tywin for the Red Wedding at that point, which is why he let Jamie go, correct?
we think it's hard to make
Yeah.
the timeline of exactly when he started working with Tywin. That may have been the reason he started working with Tywin. It's hard to say, but yeah, there's a reason he let Jamie go.
Okay, so real quick, as far as these options go, Roose would be Illuminati to me if bolt-on theory is true. If Roose's agenda is immortal skin changer or something, that would be Illuminati level. To me, this sort of
Yeah.
political plotting is COINTELPRO. What do you guys think?
I love bolt-on theory. It's true.
What's the idea with Theron? I don't know that this is a financial scheme. It was very deceptive. I guess Rob Stark is kind of like the Theranos investors. That's probably,
Oof,
I can see that.
brutal.
Just one
Um,
drop of blood. That's all we need.
but
Okay.
I have a really hard time classifying him between COINTELPRO and Illuminati because he's been remarkably effective in increasing his family's power. They were not even the second most powerful family in the North, and now they rule the North. But at the other end, some of the things that Mickey has brought up about how, like, basically putting his faith in Ramsay, and Ramsay bungled the situation because out of, brutality and incompetence, and that has weakened them. Losing Theon and Jane has weakened them, and we don't really know what the fallout of that is going to be entirely yet. So it is hard to factor that in, but that does partially reflect on Roose. So he
So,
would be Illuminati, but it's hard to put him there when things are going wrong.
well, I actually think he is Illuminati because he like tortures people and conspires. Like the weird satanic ritual stuff is there, right? Like that feels, I think that's maybe part of why the chat is like, this feels like Illuminati. Like you don't know what's going on inside the building and it's probably really bad.
I want to
Right?
be in the room where it happens.
So I think I will yield to the chat on that one and say that yeah, this is maybe low level Illuminati. Yeah, because there might be some occult stuff going on for sure. So yeah, let's go ahead and do
And
that.
the other thing about Roos, it being Illuminati status, is because it kind of comes out of nowhere. Like there isn't a, oh, he was scorned by Rob, so then he starts doing these things. He kind of always had these plans, and like they've slowly come to fruition, right? So like even before Rob became Lord Winterfell, King of the North, he already had these feelings about Stark. So it was just a slow waiting for the right time, and then all his plans kind of came at once, right? Like it wasn't like I didn't think it would happen, and then it happened, right? And I was like, oh wow,
Yeah, it's a
he
little
really
bit of a
he's
wolf
well
pack
guys.
thing where like
Yeah.
Roos sees Rob as the pack leader, but he's weak. And so he's like, well, what do I do if you're weak? I'm going to bite you. I'm going to challenge you. But he does it in the Bolton way instead of directly challenging him. Like Karstark, for example. Karstark gets pissed about, before he kills the two kids, and he goes right to Rob and yells at him. Roos doesn't do that. He's just like, okay. All right. Duly noted. You're dumb. Like, and then he goes and does the red wedding. So, yeah, I'll go with that on the chat. 41% Illuminati, 33% Theranos. It was the red wedding, like I said, the red wedding, there was a red wedding for all the investors of these companies. So, yeah, I get that. Thank you, Ion. Good to see you in the chat there, friend. So that's that one. And all right. So where are we going next? Where are we going next? Let's do Littlefinger since we've already talked about Littlefinger a bunch recently, and we could probably go through him pretty quick. Whoops, come back. Wrong layer. Let me get my Littlefinger layer. And Sean, why don't you introduce us to the schemes of Littlefinger, briefly summed up? That's Varys.
Yeah. So Peter Baelish, his objective is the loftiest goal you could imagine of a very minor lord. He wants to rule Westeros. We chalk this up to the motive, basically class inferiority complex. He grew up at Riverrun, basically having to acknowledge that he was nowhere near important enough to be rubbing shoulders with these people. He fell in love with Kat, and he was just not even in the same stratosphere to match. His marks, everybody, all of the high lords, anybody who he can get one over on at any time can be part of one of his schemes, and he uses anybody he can. His most active pawns, we'll say, are Liza, just because she's the most powerful of his pawns and he gets the most out of her. The Kettle Blacks he uses, Serdontos he uses, Mandon Moore. Other schemers, you could say people like Cersei at times.
Sansa now too.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Marillion. It goes on and on, really. The list is
Right.
endless. Anybody near Littlefinger gets used or becomes a mark. There is no one inside his circle but Littlefinger. And that's why somebody said Littlefinger loves Littlefinger. Like it's really true. Lysa was inside the circle until she wasn't. He's imagining that he wants to bring Sansa in the circle, but not really. Like Sansa's not as soon as Sansa doesn't behave the right way, that's going to be a problem too. So yeah, the Theranos tier was created for Littlefinger. I will just say. I mean, the guy basically rose to the top through embezzlement. So it's pure finance. He's making the dragons breed. Coins don't breed. That's called financial chicanery. So yeah, it definitely a Theranos, but he's pretty good at it. I mean, he's still alive and he's essentially achieved a lot of his objectives. He's risen in power, up, up, up. He's now Lord of Harrenhal, but ruling the Eyrie, with the potential to put his hands on the North, the Eyrie, and the Riverlands all through Sansa. And he killed Joffrey. He's killed a lot of people, and he did a deal with Olenna Tyrell and sort of profited from it without, so it's always impressive when you can scheme with another schemer and not get got. So he didn't get got with that. It kind of worked out. He's got Sansa now. And yeah, so and he's in the Eyrie, and he's knocked off Lysa and Jon Arryn, and yet he's got the High Lords of the Eyrie basically obeying him through various power leverage games. So he's pretty competent schemer, I think we have to say. And the super chat here says Littlefinger is the incel smallest man who ever lived fantasy, for sure. Revenge on the girl who rejected him and the man who got her with a side of world domination. Please do Tywin next. Thank you. All right, we will.
All right. But yeah, I mean, as far as blind spots go, you were mentioning about kind of bringing Sansa into the circle, but not really. But he is giving Sansa too much information, partially for emotional reasons, we think, partially because I don't think he thinks she can do anything with the information he's giving her. So that's a blind spot for sure. At some point, Sansa may be able to partially turn this around on Littlefinger. And the other one, the big one, is Varys, because these are just two of the biggest schemers, and they haven't really come into conflict. They've been kind of dancing around each other. No direct.
In the chat, I should say the chat has a lot of support for Illuminati. I can see that as well. Obviously, his goal is domination of Westeros. He is very ambitious. There's just no one else in his conspiracy. It's like, what if the Illuminati were one person and the religion was just Littlefinger? So it doesn't feel like Illuminati, but I can see that. Depends on how you want to classify. It's definitely financial-based stuff that has led into world domination. And the Illuminati are involved in banks, and I don't know. I don't. Supposedly,
we put 4 broad categories. Everything's going to bleed into each other. It is what it is.
Talking about the Illuminati is like talking about Atlantis. You start saying, "Oh, in Atlantis, this and that." You're like, "Oh, wait, no, it doesn't exist. I don't think."
Yeah, I mean, that or Fight Club.
Yeah.
I also want to point out with Baelish is that, like Cersei, he thinks he's above consequences. And thus far, Cersei has not been above consequences, but Baelish has been. And I think he was cutting it close with Lysa being killed because of what he had to do the following year, right? Like he pretty much had to overextend his hand, promised a lot of things, get into regional politics in the Vale, and now he's really banking on Sweet Robin possibly perishing. So,
I think happen?
I think he also thinks he's above consequences, and we'll see. So I think he's underestimating Varys. I think he's underestimating Sansa, and I think he's also underestimating the Vale because we don't know how they'll react. Right? We like broadly, people like Harry the Heir, but I don't know how bad or how much they love Sweet Robin.
Yeah,
they loved Aaron. They love Jon.
Yeah, it's the downfall of arrogance. It's just, he just thinks he's so much smarter than everyone else, and that doesn't. So even if he is smarter than everyone else, that doesn't mean that he's going to be able to accurately predict what everyone will do. And of course, other people are smart too. So
Not every
Yeah, well,
piece is
the
how you
chat
want it
is
to.
leaning Illuminati over this. I would say young Peter is Theranos, and he sort of grew into Illuminati level scheming. Maybe that's really the story.
I
Yeah.
think so. I mean, he had to convince Lysa that, hey, I'm really good with money, give me a job. And then she slowly stuck his neck out for him, right? So, like some investors with Theranos. And then he continued to say these machines were his and say things were working when they weren't working. So,
It's like if the Theranos people never got caught and they were like, I should run
yeah,
for political office now.
exactly.
Cool. Well, I guess he's going in the Illuminati level. I'm let's see. Is he now okay, so here we have our first conflict. Is Roose or Peter the better schemer? Let me go ahead and end this poll, and then we'll ask Maynard James Plum to put that to the who's the better schemer? Is it Peter or Roose? What do you guys think, Sean?
Oh, Peter, hands down. Peter came from much more modest beginnings, and he has grown to be actually arguably more powerful than Roos right now. And he's not dealing with the fallout Roos is with, losing Jane and possibly the North. There's a lot going on in the North that is destabilizing Roos's rule. And while Peter is dealing with some chaos, again, like the distance he's traveled is just
I
way
think it's
bigger.
actually similar because Sansa is plotting to take down Littlefinger just as Ramsay is plotting to take down Roose in all likelihood, even though Ramsay and Sansa are obviously very different people. They
Sure.
are still both gunning, and all the High Lords of the Vale hate and distrust Peter, just as most of the Northern Lords hate and distrust the Boltons. So it actually is similar, but I still agree with you that Peter is the better schemer because he has come farther by far, and he's done multiple schemes now over many decades. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I think Peter's definitely more proven. His missteps, I don't think he's had any major missteps other than Cersei being a little too cruel, but he kind of gets his butt out of there before he can face her wrath, really. And he's, yeah, tried and true. He's been winning these small battles. So if you were a betting man, I mean, thus far, I would bet on him.
I would say
He
the
could really
biggest
play it.
mistake Peter made was kissing Sansa in the Godswood. That was an
That's a good one.
indulgence, and it led to him having to knock off Lysa probably before he was planning to, and then having to deal with the fallout, which he's managed to do, but it's pretty shaky because he had to do that sooner than he would have because he wanted to kiss a 14-year-old girl right then and there in the open because it was exciting, I guess. But that's Peter Baelish, so. Oh, anyway, what do we
When you
got with the
say it out
chat here?
loud like that,
So Peter is winning. Okay, so Peter is above Roos on Illuminati level. We'll see until we get more Illuminatis, and then we'll sort that out. There we go. Okay, who was next? Somebody asked. Somebody paid for
Tywin. Tywin was the next one.
time. Tywin Lannister, Hand of the King. All right, so let's talk about this MFer, Tywin Lannister.
Did
He is
sentence.
not a huge plotter. It's mostly the Red Wedding. The other stuff he did, like the Reigns of Castamere, that's more like ruthless military tactics as opposed to like scheming and plotting. So the scheming that we're talking about is the Red Wedding. As we talked about, he is collaborating with the Freys to defeat the Starks and to a lesser extent the Boltons. So it's opportunistic, but it fits with his MO. Tywin is kind of a psychopath. He is fine with being a butcher. The quicker, more effectively that we can butcher people, that's great. If we can drop a burning tent on him and not have to fight him, that's terrific. So he doesn't think about honor or reputation in that sense. The only reputation he cares about is like, if you mess with us, you'll pay. So it's kind of like the mobster mentality, very much so with Tywin. And the results are that the Starks are almost completely destroyed. The Tullys have been reduced and undermined. However, collateral damage, Jaime's lost his hand and now is at odds with his father. The Purple Wedding happened. Joffrey was killed. And House Lannister is falling into dishonor. And that will increasingly become relevant, I think, as the story goes on. And so his skills are that he understands other people's motives pretty well. He is a good player of the Game of Thrones. He understands it. He is ruthless, which can be an advantage sometimes. And he is a competent administrator, highly competent. He ran the kingdom effectively. And this is the main reason why people respect him, other than just, oh, he will just kill people. He's ruthless. Like, he's also really competent and smart and has the patience to govern. So it's just someone to be taken seriously on all levels, except for those whiskers. That's very ridiculous. The side whiskers. In any case, that's his blind spot is his children, really badly. He just does not understand or know his children at all. He has not put much effort into parenting them, and he expects them all to have adopted his mindset and everything, and it does not happen. And then he's killed by one of his kids. So, who wants to start in on Tywin?
Me. I love some Tywin. Lannisters are great. Very interesting. So, Tywin, like we mentioned earlier, I think I touched upon it. He, like Tyrion and like Cersei, have daddy issues, to say the least. Tywin has had to deal with his father's ruling, which is incompetent to say the least. He, even without having official authority, he started calling in other houses to pay their debts. And even then, his daddy said, no, we're forgiving them. So then, obviously, as Dave mentioned, he became ruthless and did the Reigns of Castamere. He has his own theme song, y'all. He is a ruthless person. And we love that theme song. I do. It's a great song. But Tywin, kind of like Cersei, but with more, I think, more justified. Tywin feels like he didn't have to. One, he doesn't have a dad to like look up to and know how to parent. He didn't parent, but I think for him, he thinks he was this role model, and his children, just like him, have this ambition, and like they should be carbon copies of him, right? And so, as you said, he loses his children, right? He loses Jaime to Cersei very early on. He loses Cersei to herself, because we know how Cersei is, and he lost Tyrion to Shae and Tysha, and to him, and we could even touch on how he views women. I think is really interesting. How his dad, after his mom died, kind of took in this lady, maybe of the night, and he dressed her up in jewels. And to Tywin, that was a mark of shame. But you see that happening to Tywin too when he learns of Tysha and Tyrion. He essentially does the same thing in a way crueler way, right, as a punishment to Tyrion. But Tywin also treats women this way, and I think that's why he doesn't look at Cersei as, well, I also don't think she's as much as she thinks she is. She thinks her shit doesn't stink, but it definitely does. And Tywin sees through that. And also, I think there's some misogynistic layers to that. But he really lost it with Cersei taking over Jaime. I mean, really, Jaime was his only thing he could have worked with. I think his shame is too much with Tyrion, and of course, there's the conspiracy theory that Tyrion isn't his son, but we won't talk about that. But I think Tywin only trusts himself and thinks, because of his success with the Reigns of Castamere and Casterly Rock, that his decisions are correct. And while for a while they are, his schemes work. Red Wedding works. But then he slowly starts getting these setbacks, like with the Purple Wedding, Cersei kind of going out of his control, getting a little wild. And of course, not using Tyrion to the best of his ability. He kind of just punishes him, punishes a little less, lets him take over Hand of the King, then comes back and takes all credit for everything good that Tyrion did. And so he loses control of his children. So they're his blind spot and also his downfall. You're muted.
I've only got like 17 windows on 2 computers in front of me. I'm so sorry, guys. I was just saying that the Tyrion thing is a great example. Like, given that Jaime is rejected Tywin's, like, Jaime's in the Kingsguard and isn't leaving. So we've got Tyrion. He's given Tyrion this responsibility to go be Hand of the King. He's done a pretty good job. And then, like you say, Tywin shows up, undercuts all his power, says thank you very much, and takes all the credit. and sidelines Tyrion. And it's like, this is a shades of Cersei here. It's like, this is you had an ally in the making, and instead you turned back to distrust and scorn and elitism and whatever else. So Sean, yeah, what do you think of Tywin's short-sightedness there?
Well, you guys have hashed out a lot of it. I'm not gonna retread any of that. You guys did well. So I'm kind of gonna go with some stuff that we haven't mentioned. One, I want to look at the purple wedding real quick, really as not a setback for him. He could not work with Joffrey. Joffrey's a little
Okay.
psychopath. He's unpredictable. And he set in on working with Tommen immediately. Literally at Joffrey's funeral, he comes and said, actually, that may be show only, but the point still stands is that Tommen is much more pliable, and he may have been completely okay with the purple wedding. He may have known it was going to happen. A lot of people have that. I'm not sure I buy it.
I've heard that too, because just judging on the results, as you say, it actually worked out pretty well to have Tommen
Yeah.
instead of Joffrey. Yeah,
Right.
fair point.
And so I look at really one other kind of a smaller scale scheme, and he gets some help in it. But the idea that the Tyrells were trying to marry Sansa Stark off to, I believe, Willis, and they swooped in, and Tywin had Tyrion married to Sansa to upend that. And that was a good scheme that we should give him credit for, because that gave them kind of a backdoor into the north. It prevented the Tyrells from consolidating really too much power without doing anything outright antagonistic, which is the mistake that Cersei makes when she moves against the Tyrells. She's antagonizing them. She is hurting the alliance. Whereas Tywin does something, and it's not something that you can call into question, because then it's like, oh yeah, we were trying to do something underhanded and sneak Sansa off to get her married. So it stays with a cold war where Cersei is really provoking actual war. So I give him all that credit, but he absolutely deserves all the criticism that you guys are giving, as far as, he has set this up to absolutely fail when he's gone. He's lost his kids, and this whole empire crumbles the second he stops running it.
So let me just, I see that there's a little bit of confusion in the chat about my very clear category. I don't know why there's any confusion. Okay, it's a little confusing. All right, look, here's the idea. Fisher Price is Fisher Price, my first scheme. That's the joke. Fisher Price, my first scheme. These are like incompetent schemers who should not be scheming. Cointelpro means it's like political operations. Cointelpro is a botched FBI operation, but it could be any kind of coup or political stunt. There is usually propaganda and false flag things happening, and a certain amount of violence that's meant to be shaping public opinion, that kind of thing. Theranos is like fraud, like scams. Okay, financial related, but also just scammy, just plain old fake. A house of cards built on lies. There's no there. That's the idea with Theranos. And then Illuminati is just very, very ambitious, potentially cult-like, religious, magical in nature. That's the idea. So I just didn't want to call it, A, B, C, and D. I was trying to get a little more creative. You know what I'm saying? So the poll is putting Tywin in the Illuminati category. He is definitely trying to dominate everything. He is very patient, like the Illuminati. He's been, working under Ares in adverse conditions for a long time. He didn't just knock off Ares. To your point, Sean, where Tywin is patient and is like got these long burning tensions that he's managing, Cersei gets on the scene and explodes everything right away. She has no patience. So yeah, that patience is a hallmark of the Illuminati. So let's go with the chat on that one, since it is a clear victory. They can't all go in Cointelpro. And so where do you guys see him in relation to these other two? I think Littlefinger is in the lead here, Is Tywin ahead of Roose
Yeah,
I,
a
I
little
think
put
bit?
so.
Tywin, yeah, I put Tywin between them.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think that's much of a debate. So we will wait until we get some more, and then we'll see if we can do some calls. Yeah, but Roose kind of did the one scheme, and okay, never mind. Let's do the poll. Roose or Tywin? I see people arguing. We'll
Why we
just
did
give
it.
we'll just give Maynard Plum a second to get that poll in there, and we'll see who is the better schemer, Roose or Tywin. I think definitely Littlefinger's ahead of both of them.
Sure. Well, and I don't think we have a next person. If anybody wanted to, take the lead here and throw out a super chat and figure out who we're going to look at next here.
Yeah, who we gonna do next, chat? What do you guys think? It's got some interesting characters here. I mean, it's kind of mean to make Ned wait just to stick him in Fisher Price. Maybe we should just do Ned and get him out of the way. Let's do that. And
The
we'll let the
Fisher Price
chat.
ones are my favorite.
What's that?
The Fisher Price ones are my favorite.
They are. They're great. Martin Crow's in the chat, like, hey, Fisher Price toys are good. They're good quality.
He's right. I play with them every day.
Ned's good quality too. He's just not a schemer. So let's talk about poor old Ned. Faceless Men, please. Cool. We'll do them next. Thank you, Darth Triffid. That will be a good one. So Eddard Stark, his objective is to cut the Lannisters out of the power structure in the wake of Robert's death, because he realizes that Robert's kids aren't Robert's kids. And so he writes trueborn children instead of Joffrey on the will. And then he goes about planning with Varys and Littlefinger. Don't. Yeah, Littlefinger said, "Don't trust anyone here, especially not me." And then Ned is like, "Okay, cool. I've got this plan. It's going to rely on you. What do you think?" Littlefinger says, "That's a terrible plan. I hate it." And Ned's like, "Well, I outrank you, so I want you to go with this plan anyway. You're going to do it, right?" And Littlefinger's like, "Sure." Sure. Yeah. City watches all years, Ned. Go for it. Go for it. So that's kind of what happens. That's his scheme. He really did scheme with Littlefinger. It did not work. And of course, the mark was the Lannisters. That didn't work. And the motive here, I put Lannister derangement syndrome, because him and Kat have basically become convinced that the Lannisters did everything. And in fact, a lot of it was Littlefinger. And they didn't, neither one of them figured that out. So that was a huge blind spot. As well as they're also blind to the general ruthlessness of politics. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I mean Ned Stark here. He has no idea how scheming works. He works in the North. He has a good grasp of Northern politics, and his honor and the way he treats his vassals really pulls a lot more weight up there. So he gets down and he can't swim, so he's looking at the very shallow end of the pool here. And then instead of jumping into the pool, he jumps out of the airlock into space. Like trying to scheme with Littlefinger and Varys was just so wildly out of his depth for what he was trying to accomplish. And he had no idea what their real motivations were, either of them. And that was not the first thing that he tried to figure out. And so, like, the amount of trust that he placed in the two least trustworthy people in King's Landing in order to defeat the Lannisters, who he was right had grasped at a lot of extra power. They were now wardens of the East and West. Like all of them, all of their people were in places of huge power throughout King's Landing. And he rightly diagnosed that they had too much power, but he also just did not understand the landscape at all, with Littlefinger exerting a lot of soft power, with all of these things that are just too complicated for somebody who has not been there and does not understand. So
I keep coming back to the whole thing about Ned not having sources in King's Landing. Like, They were completely asleep to everything that was going on. There was no way they were going to show up and figure it out on the spot when everyone's already got sources and all these interests and plot lines and stuff. And yeah, so what do you have to say about poor old Ned there, Mickey?
Poor old Ned. I think Sean mentioned it about he is used to northern politics. I think yeah, his authority really up there just relied on northern culture and that solidified his power up there. And I think of course we've mentioned that he tried to apply that strategy down south. It didn't, work out in his favor. And I think yes, his downfall was he was short-sighted, right? He didn't think about it. And I also think he had this belief that people would want the real ruler when normal people like you can ask people in Flea Bottom, I don't think they really give a rat's ass who's the king. Their life is going to be the same regardless, right? Um
He
so
also
I think
misjudged Stannis, didn't he? Like he
he
thought
did.
Stannis already figured it out and didn't do crap about it.
Yeah, he didn't. And I think his belief in Stannis from, oh, Stannis is so straightforward. He's so honorable. He does this, putting all his eggs in that basket when nobody really likes him. I mean, he's not even in, he didn't even get
Yeah.
his own birthright. He got
He's like,
just
Stannis
like
is going to
shoved
be
the
king.
dragons
Who
in.
did he say that to?
Yeah.
He said it to somebody and they just kind of laughed. Was it Littlefinger?
It was Littlefinger and it was
Yeah.
Renly.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't
Really?
go well either time.
It's like, you want King Stannis. Cool.
It's like, good luck with that.
Huh.
Yeah, well, I mean, Stannis was like Stannis knew he went and started gathering swords because he realized, like, yes, I should be king if those are illegitimate children, but that's not going to get me the throne. So even Stannis was more pragmatic about the situation than Ned, who was just like, "Oh yeah, no, they're gonna want Stannis as the king." Like nobody likes Stannis. You guys both mentioned it. Like, and it's your people are sewing dragon banners in secret. Like it's that kind of energy. Like nobody cares.
So there it is. We don't even really need a poll for this. He's going in Fisher Price. I mean, it just can't.
We love him though.
God, yeah, great father. Great. Honorable figure. Good ruler of the North. But just don't come below the neck. Anyways, next up is the Faceless Man. The Faceless Man. Come on down. You wouldn't want a faceless man on the throne, but if you had one on the throne, you wouldn't know. That's the thing. Could be anyone. So they are, of course, plotting. Their objectives, there's levels to it. Some of them we know, some of them we don't. So their objectives are, of course, murder and profit. That's the main thing that they do. They seem to be recruiting Arya Stark at some point. It's really more a question of when did they start recruiting her. But yeah, they're definitely recruiting Arya and promoting her. They like to steal books. Jake and Agar's been stealing books in Old Town. So their motive, they seem to have esoteric beliefs about the sanctity of death. Hard to say exactly what, because they are taking money to do murders, so I'm not sure how holy that is, but they do seem to have some beliefs about death and the god of death. They worship him and him of many faces and all that claptrap. They presumably are anti-slavery just because of their origins. They started out in the mines, the slave mines of Valyria, and were a big part of apparently the Doom and setting up all the refugees in Bravos and stuff. So they've some people think they might be anti-dragon because they helped pull off the Doom. I've pointed out that they didn't take any action against the Targaryens, and they haven't taken any action against Daenerys because the Targaryens didn't have slaves, and Daenerys is actually anti-slavery. They might even be apt to help Daenerys, because I think their real thing is being anti-slavery as opposed to anti-dragon. But that is a possibility, that they would look at anyone possessing dragons as too dangerous. There's this weird thing, Sean, about Euron having traded a dragon's egg to the Faceless Men in exchange for their killing of Balin Greyjoy. So there's a question of what might they want to be doing with the egg? What are they looking up dragon books in Old Town for? What do you think about the Faceless Men and their motivations?
Well, I think they're like Hagrid. They took the egg and now they just want to raise an adorable baby dragon. But no,
Who doesn't?
I look at them as the underpants gnomes, but instead of stealing underpants, step one is just murder. Then there's a bunch of question marks. They obviously make a good profit. They're in bed with the Iron Bank. I try not to speculate too much about what's going on with them because it's always very hard to prove anything conclusively. But what we do know is that they can get anywhere. They can get to anyone. I mean, the amount of spycraft involved in being able to just change faces at will, like the idea that they don't have more information than everybody is hard to counteract. Like they have to know more than everybody else, just by virtue of they can get into any room.
And it's implied that the reason why the Iron Bank is so feared is because they are like this with the Faceless Men. And if you break terms with the Iron Bank, there's nowhere safe for you.
Right. Aside from having the money to hire Faceless Men, they may legitimately be more incestuous than that. And I mean, you know, the buildings are awfully close to each other. They probably get lunch at the same place.
There's hidden tunnels. There's bound to be. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, definitely get happy hour. They're all mixing it up. So yeah. So the Faceless Men, so my theory about them is that they actually, because like you said, we should assume they've read all the books, they know all the truths, they're not afraid of magic, which means they must know about the others and the whites and the idea of zombies, that different religions can raise the dead. Raising the dead, theoretically, would be an abomination to them. So the worst thing possible would be the Long Night and the whites just running roughshod. And this, to me, fits with the idea that they might be training Arya to be this crazy assassin, skin changer, wolf warg queen. So I think that's what's going on. And that the twist is that we all think we're waiting for them to try to kill Dany or other people, and they're actually going to be on the good side. But that's just a theory. We don't know. It's very mysterious. So yeah, clearly this is an Illuminati level conspiracy, whatever's going on. The chat agrees
David,
with that.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think the Faceless Men have ever dealt with a warg before? Do you think they've ever had wargs in their leagues?
Yes. Yeah, probably just because the skinning magic seems so closely related to whatever the Boltons are doing, which seems like a way of stealing skin changing magic. So yeah. I think they recruited Arya either to shape her as a tool or to steal her face because it's very powerful, her being a skin changer. That's the darker,
the darker thing. Yeah, I think they're trying to determine how much they can trust her, and they've been slowly giving her more responsibility, but I think they also know that she really isn't no one. And so they might just be using that to their advantage, and we'll see more of that in the Winds of Winter.
Yeah. So definitely an Illuminati class conspirator here. The Faceless Men. I almost put Jake and Hagar, but who is Jake and Hagar? That's just a skin suit somebody's wearing. So
yeah, someone in the chat just said, put no one.
Right. Well, you can see it's an empty hood. There's no one in there. So
it's all just Michael Bolton, the original Faceless Man.
So
but not Michael Bolton the singer, or is that who you're referring to?
Oh, that's dope. We had Elizabeth Cabrera and Erica both nominate Euron in honor of sick Tim. Tim is sick. He posted he's sick. Get well, Tim.
Press F in the chat.
Do what?
It's a press F to mourn.
Oh, okay.
F's to mourn, Tim.
Well, no, he's not dead. He'll be back. He's just, rip. See, yeah,
he's
spreading
dead,
rumors.
but he'll get better.
We're going to raise him from the dead. We're going to resurrect him. Okay, so Euron Greyjoy. Come on down. No, not that. Oh, he looks good on the throne. He might like to sit there. Okay. So, Mickey, I'll kick this to you. Euron sort of defies notes. I do have him here in the notes somewhere. But where do you even start? Yeah, how would you encompass Euron's scheming?
Euron is like the brother that kind of went off the deep end. He went to go travel, like he took a year off college, and then he just kept taking a year off college. And then he came back as some type of yoga instructor, but also really into like the military and World War II. Like you're just really not sure who he is. But Euron
He
is
bought a lot of
really,
guns. He cleans them a
yeah,
lot.
maybe he's a doomsday prepper too, but
He's got a Ouija
we're not really
board. You're just
sure.
like, wait, do you do the guns and the Ouija board at the same time?
It's
Yeah.
mixed messages. You can't say namaste while you're aiming a gun at me.
Make it make sense.
But yeah, so Euron is of the Ironborn. He's a Greyjoy. He becomes this ruthless leader. He has almost like a cult following, I would say. He is aggressive in a way that maybe Balon isn't like physically. Like you can see his pillaging, you can see he goes to the ends of the earth. He has this information that nobody else in the Iron Islands has, and probably in Westeros too. He's an incredibly smart person, mostly because he wants to know everything and go everywhere. And I think maybe people underestimate him because he's so ruthless. I don't. I think he's a really big player. One, he has Dragonbinder, and I think that it almost came out of nowhere. You're like, wait, hold up, this guy knows about what now? Like excuse me. Um, Euron, as we know, he comes back to the Iron Islands right as they're going to have a Kingsmoot. Victarion thinks he's in it. You know, he's this great guy, and a lot of people do like him. But Euron really taps into the what used to be the Ironborn like ambition and raw feelings. Because remember, they had a failed rebellion. Like these people really were fighting for their independence and like could have had it in the bag, but Euron kind of brings that feeling back. He really ignites this fire within the Ironborn that Balon hasn't been able to, because Balon is a failed king. I think people still like him, but Euron comes in, he's this hot new guy. Well, he's been there, but and so he has reignited. He, like, honestly, like Melisandre has a cult following, I would say. He kind of comes back, sweeps the board, is the new king. And Euron, so I
Can I
know
just
we
make a
haven't
point real
seen.
quick there?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Victarion tried to promise the Ironborn more of what Balon offered them, and Euron is like, but what if we did it 10 times harder? And they were like, oh.
Exactly.
But
He
also,
kind of
I want to
brings
real quick,
in.
I want to
Yeah,
try to make a
go for it.
case that this is Theranos and not Illuminati, because I see the chat going heavy for Illuminati, but this might all be nothing. Like Euron, he might not know what Dragonbinder does. He might not have control of it. He might not be able to. He's promising the moon, I'm going to have a dragon. Is he going to have a dragon? Roderick the Reader's like, where's your dragon? Like, this might be a Theranos thing. This is kind of cultish. He is promising very big stuff, and there's a big question about whether he can deliver any of it. I can
It's
see
true.
obviously why it could be Illuminati class as well, but that's my case for Theranos. Sean, your thoughts?
Well, I think real quick, you look like you were about to finish a thought, Mickey. So
Oh,
I
sorry.
Oh, oh no, I was gonna say that uh, what will be his downfall, and I think he's underestimating it now, is losing the Greyjoy family support, and we're gonna see how that works soon. That's it. I might be frozen.
No,
no,
you're
you're
not
good.
frozen. You're good.
Oh, well, now you're gone.
Now she's gone.
Whoosh. Anyway, we banished her like Euron Greyjoy. Um, Euron Greyjoy, he is promising a lot, maybe too much. We constantly get a whiff of, Bull that he is absolutely full of it, that he's lying about certain things. He may be completely lying about being in Valyria, but he has things that
Right.
are Valyrian. Like, did he get them from somewhere else? Is there a hint of truth? Like, we know he lies about certain things, but we know that he has gained some real power in a number of ways. He's also now actually definitely the ruler of the Iron Islands. So there is some method to his madness. How effective he is going to be, I mean, that's to be determined. But the guy is, we've seen him tell his more base plots to Victorian because he doesn't even care if Victorian knows. But he has a certain amount of cunning. We know he's ruthless. We don't know how in control of the magic he is, but we know he has access to several different magical avenues, whether it's the Shade of the Evening, the Red Priest, or sorry, the in the Dragon Horn. So there's a lot going on there. It's hard to fathom a lot of it. If he really is as powerful as he's talking about how he wants to be, where he's going to become a new god from the graves and Toronto pits, then the blind spot we pointed out, he didn't read the end of any Lovecraft stories.
Yeah. And again, I think this is Theranos because he's relying on a magical technology. He hasn't done any of the hard work to build an army that can conquer Westeros. He's just showing up with smoke and mirrors and magic charms and trinkets and prophecies, and he's drinking shade of the evening drugs and talking to who knows what in the spirit world. So he's kind of like promising the moon, and it's all hinging on this magical technology. It's like, is it going to work out? It could be a huge payoff, or it could be a total dud. So yeah, I insist that this is Theranos, but that's okay.
Shade of the Evening is actually a superfood. Namaste.
Namaste. I love that. That was so good, Mickey. That was the best I've ever heard Euron described, I think.
But yeah, he's a character. We'll find out, but there's no way
Him
to
and
know.
Melisandre are like parallels of each other, I
Except
will
I
say.
see Melisandre as having a lot more discernible power at the moment, but I don't know. Politically, Euron seems to be doing a lot better.
That's true.
Melisandre is also unconcerned with political power. She is really only trying, like, as far as attaining it herself, she's only worried about trying to move people towards her spiritual objective. Whereas Euron may have a spiritual objective, but he's definitely trying to become king also. So I do want to point out that he could be in cahoots with Leighton Hightower. That could be a pawn in Euron's scheme, actually, but we'll have to see about that. So what do you guys vote? What is it to you, Sean?
Theranos.
Theranos. What do you say, Sean?
I gotta go with Theranos. I want to do Illuminati, but there's just no proof of any of the things that he's promised.
I love it.
There's just hints.
Cool. Well, I am going to go with the panel here over the chat because I feel strongly about it. Is Marwyn on the list, or the Maesters in general? They seem like a Faceless Man level player. Yeah, we kind of did leave those guys out. Marwyn. Yeah, we could take a minute to talk about those guys. Apologies. That's probably a good call, Brennan.
Yeah.
Oh, the Maester is good. The Citadel, they're
Yeah.
interesting.
Let's fit him into the rubric. We've got 7.
I'm gonna put Euron in Theranos here. I'm gonna. It's hard to say what his competency is. He's taken over the Iron Islands, but he's just pushing more chips in the middle of the table, basically. So it's just like, is he gonna show a dragon or some magical power that will enable him to take Old Town? Because he doesn't have enough ships to do it. He has been using potentially a glass candle to aid in his strikes, where he is they're sailing far away from the coast and then sailing at a specific time. He knew just when to show up after Balin died. So he could be using some amount of sorcery, wind magic, to power his shit to his sails or whatever. So he's already shown some levels of magical power potentially, but he's going to need something much bigger to conquer Old Town. So we will see.
Is that the glass candles are lit in the House of Urathon Nightwalker? Is that
That's
that what
the
you're referring
idea.
to? Okay.
It's part of it. Yeah, that's definitely. I think that is Euron's alias in Karth. Yes. And because if you pay a faceless man to kill Balin Greyjoy, you don't know when it's going to happen. Jakin explains that. He's like, well, I'll put one foot in front of another, maybe a day or a year, but sooner or later, that king will die if you name his name. So for Euron to show up 2 days after Balin dies means that he had some way of knowing it was going to happen. And it's strongly implied in the vision of, I think it's the ghost of Highheart, who sees like a drowned crow on the bridge or whatever. So Euron definitely did that killing, even though he wasn't there. That's the faceless men. So, and then he talks about throwing a dragon's egg into the sea, but a dragon's egg is incredibly valuable, and he probably didn't throw it into the sea. He probably traded it to the faceless men for them to throw Balin into the sea.
Right. So
So,
it's the currency with which he threw Balin into the sea.
correct.
So it's symbolically the same thing.
I'm so excited for more Euron in the Winds of Winter when it happens.
Not me. I'm waiting for Cersei
dot.
chapters.
Oh, I love both of them.
So let's do some Renly here. Renly. Sean, tell us about Renly. I'll pull up the notes real quick.
I got him. Renly, the Spark Peach. So his objective, he wants to rule Westeros. He does not have the most straightforward claim, but it's almost entirely ego. He mentions that Stannis and Joffrey are awful, and he's not wrong, but he's not, he wouldn't be an amazing king either, probably. But his mark, Stannis, Joffrey, Cersei, basically anybody in the power structure who he's gonna, steamroll over in order to get his kingship. His pawns, he was able to convince most of the Reach in the Stormlands to support him. They're literally pawns, as in he is moving armies. So results, he is dead. So it didn't go great. Can't really build on that success. But collateral, aside from himself, a lot of people died in the infighting when the Tyrells sided with the Lannisters and the Bannermen who went over to Stannis. There was a lot of confusion and murder there. And in that kind of chaos, and a number of houses disappeared during that.
Rest in peace, Courtney Penrose.
The best of men.
And I think the Renly's attempt to be king is best summed up in the Crescent chapter, where he's like, "Oh, Renly, what are you doing?" And he flashed back to Renly as a kid. Look at me, I'm the rain god. Look at me, and so he's kind of comparing it. Look at me, I'm the king. So yeah, Renly doesn't take it seriously. Obviously, we see that he's very into the Ren fairness of it and the tourneys and the just all the pageantry. That stuff does have a political purpose. I think Renly's a little smarter than people give him credit for. He is using this bread and circuses kind of to keep the army together and like cohesive, and that all that combat and stuff. Those are his knights forming bonds and stuff that they'll take into battle. So it's not entirely empty. However, yes, he does feel a little bit like a Fisher Price king. And he's like, his whole answer to the Stannis question is just like, well, I made the alliance and I've got the bigger army and no one likes you. That's like not a very good answer. So he probably should have figured out how to make an ally out of his brother, or at least try to. He could have allied with the Starks. Catelyn brings that up, and Renly's very kind of gets his back up about it. So these are, it's the standard stuff. Pride and hubris turns out to be a blind spot and a shortcoming. Renly really has a belief in his own inevitability. as they say, sort of magical thinking. And that's why he comes across as being kind of childish and thus a Fisher Price king. So,
Well, and I want to kind
Yeah.
of make one want to make one quick distinction here before I lose the thought. But in the show, they kind of made a big show about a bunch of like stereotypically gay things, and like, you know, he's into the wardrobe and he's into the balls and blah blah blah. And in the books, it was every bit as petty, but it wasn't a gay thing. It was that, you know, he had an ego. He also, there's a reason why he thought he was the smartest person in the room all the time. He was actually pretty smart. We see him repeatedly being very witty and thinking these thoughts through to conclusion that people like Ned fail to see the conclusions. So he is a smart guy. He's not as smart as he thinks he is, but he is a smart guy, and he's got, you know, all of that arrogance, and he's petty for very different reasons. I just want to kind of make a distinction there, where they kind of turned him into a very lazy stereotype in the
a bit,
show.
yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and that's a part of what I meant when I was like, yeah, no, actually, he's a little smarter than people give him credit for. But go ahead, Mickey.
I was going to say the thing that Renly did really well is he got dealt such a lucky hand by Robert. Robert loved him. He had a lot in common with Robert, and he got Storm's End. And I think because of that, he was able to really build up that community and build up his connections with the people, right? He was beloved. And I don't think the Tyrells would have joined him if he wasn't so charismatic and so loved by his people. So he did with what he could, with what he was given. He was given a lot. And I do think he was the only glue, though, for his cause, right? Because it was shallow, because he didn't have any authority to stand on. He wasn't the second son. So he was really just beloved. And it was that belief in him that people came together. And so I think he thought, and maybe this is the immature part of him, that this love from people could overcome his actual status. And because Stannis was so unloved, that it would overcome that barrier. And
And you
he
see,
thought, I'm younger, I'm more nimble, I can beat him in a one-on-one fight. And we saw what Stannis did.
so you make a great point of highlighting why Stannis is so bitter. It's like, oh, you're in a position. You're basically saying, oh, no one likes you, and I've got more support. It's like, why do you have more support? Because I had to go babysit Dragonstone, you know, and you got Storm's End with all these bannermen, and you see Stannis complaining about his bannermen constantly. He's like, look at these clowns, you know, like. So yeah, poor Stannis. We understand why he's bitter for sure. So, um,
But he
okay,
also
well, I've got
partially got dragged. Sorry, go ahead.
gays are not oppressed. Okay, cool. So we talked about gay people existing. So Toby here thought that he was going to go on his whole political agenda about how gay people are perceived in the world. I'm sorry, Toby. This is not the place for that. Clearly, so. Yeah, I don't know why you thought that would be appropriate to do, but it wasn't, and we're moving on. So anyway, and thank you for your clarification. I do appreciate that, because Renly is an interesting character. And by the way, as a hetero guy, I'm super into closet fashion, and I love it. So, you know.
And I have put on a good 60 hours of the goddamn Wicked musical since I went and saw it a week and a half ago. And I am technically straight. So, you know, let's fight stereotypes.
Yeah, stereotypes aren't everything. Every once in a while, there's, you know, yeah, like. Yes, I drink a lot of Red Bull. I'm a YouTube streamer and I drink a lot of Red Bull. That's a stereotype, I guess. But you know, don't judge me just by that. I'm more than my empty Red Bull cans, which cover every room in my house. Anyway, sometimes I go into the shower and I'm like, oh, there's 3 of them. Like,
I'll
because I
be
like to.
our I said I'll be our gay representative here.
There you
Thank
go.
you. Thank you,
I was going to
Mickey.
say, can you please tell us how you are a stereotype for Twitch?
She does the blinking thumbs up thing, just like a
Oh,
Twitch streamer.
Yeah. You know,
Okay.
there we go.
All right. I think we've navigated this minefield successfully. All right. So who do we got next? I didn't drink 3 Red Bulls at once in the shower. Just to clarify, what happens is over the course of several days, I forget to take the old can out. And so they accumulate. And then I'm like, oh, I should do something about that. So anyway, Fisher Price. Renly is Fisher Price. Let's move him up. Sorry, buddy. He's so okay. Renly or Cersei? Who's a better plotter? Cersei secures the throne for Joffrey and then kind of is doing everything wrong after that. She's failing up a little bit in that Varys is protecting her because she is such a bad queen. Um, Renly successfully. Here's the thing about Renly. If it wasn't for the Shadow Baby assassination power of Stannis, he would have rolled over Stannis and taken the throne and probably been king and been very successful. So his blind spot was like Melisandre's sorcery, which is an impossible thing for him to have predicted. So to me, I would put him above Cersei, but I don't feel strongly about it. I think that's debatable. Mickey, your thoughts?
This
And
is
chat.
hard because I love my girl. Love my girl.
She's a great
I
character, not necessarily the
yeah,
best schemer.
she's a great character. I think Renly was able to accomplish some of his schemes really easily. Uh, just literally his personality, it worked. I think Cersei, that's what's holding her back, is a lot of her schemes now rely on threat of violence or else. So I think Renly could have gone farther if he had lived longer. And I think Cersei's kind of lucky to be in the position she is, to where some of her schemes work out and she can actually make moves. But I think if Cersei were Marjorie, like at the very beginning, I don't think she would have gotten to the same place. If it was, if I guess if Renly and Cersei had swapped roles, I
Mhm.
don't think Cersei would have been just as beloved and would have gotten the support that Renly did.
No, I think Marjorie is pretty smart. She is Olenna's prodigy in every sense. You feel like Olenna has picked her out as
Yeah.
the smart one out of all the subsequent Tyrells that she has produced. She's, as opposed to Lord Pufffish, Mace Tyrell, the oaf, as
Her
she calls him.
growth on Mace Tyrell are absolutely savage.
Very funny, very funny. Yeah. Yeah. What didn't one of Trump's nominees have his mother, like an email got published where she's like ripping her son? Isn't it Hegseth? Is that
Yeah, I think he's pretty much done.
basically when your mom rips you and that gets public, there's no coming back from that.
God,
So
I hope it never gets up on YouTube. My mom ripping me, but
moms know. The moms know. They just always respect the mom. So all right, next up. Who are we doing next? Let's do chat. We have any ideas? And yes, if you're a
Super chat.
squisher, you have one free super chat message a month you can use. Mickey, was there already a suggestion?
No, I was going to say super chats, y'all, for the next schemer.
What do we got? I was just going to say, yeah, you have one free super chat message a month if you're a YouTube squisher. So you can use that to nominate somebody also. Easy there, Travis. I will tolerate. You seem to be a lighthearted fellow, so but let's try not to get out of control here. I know I mentioned politics.
Olenna.
I was just trying to make a joke, though. I'm not making actual political points.
Go to his
Olenna, there
Twitter.
we go.
You want to see the real politics. Olenna's great.
Olenna is great. Yeah, you're good, Travis. You're good. So let's see here. There she is. She would never actually sit on the throne, but she might have strong opinions about who does. So let's flip over to the Olenna notes here. Her objective essentially is to make sure her idiot son's bid for power doesn't ruin their family or a monster like Joffrey hurt her granddaughter. Those are Sean's words, and I agree with them. I think that is accurate. She talks a lot about uh, essentially like, oh, Mace decided this and he wanted to make a play, and so now we're riding the tiger, if you will, and she's kind of trying to manage it. You get the feeling if it were up to Olenna, they probably would have just stayed in the Reach. It's nice there, so they could just kind of be wealthy and on top of the Reach and be very happy. But Lord Pufffish got it in his head that his daughter should be a queen, and so made this deal with Renly, and that's how they got tied into King's Landing politics. So now she is essentially trying to manage it, right? Um, so then we've got what are the results of this? The purple wedding, essentially. There was briefly a thought of maybe trying to get Sansa and marry her to Loras. The Lannisters seemed to have outwitted her on that one. However, she made a deal with the Tyrells, or with Peter Baelish, to pull off the purple wedding. Joffrey is dead, and now similarly to Tywin, we said Tommen's easier to work with. Same principle here. Tommen's much more pliable, easy to work with. Joffrey is a psycho in the making. So Olenna's doing pretty well so far. The one thing that she has done is that she has empowered Littlefinger. So that could come back around to bite everyone and anyone. And Sean, we didn't mention the Faceless Men may have made the same mistake. They have empowered Euron by knocking off Balin. So it could be that the Faceless Men, even as powerful and smart as they are, they have made a mistake getting in bed with Euron.
Or maybe, they know that in the end he's going to get possessed by a god from a different dimension. And, they
are like, oh, yeah, no, here's some more shade of the evening. Here, drink up. What do you think of, first Sean and then Mickey, about Olenna's plotting and the potential for the Littlefinger thing to blow up? And I guess they've got Fagon to deal with too. There's no way she could have seen that coming either. But I guess the problem is that she is still in bed with the Lannisters, isn't she?
Well, the Lord Oaf of Highgarden is in bed with the Lannisters. For all we know, with her having already gone back to Highgarden, she could be maneuvering a way for them to be working with Fagon. It's hard to say, but what I will say is it's hard to put her in Illuminati because her family started out as the Lords Paramount of Highgarden, and although they've gotten a few things like Garland Tyrell is now the Lord of Brightwater Keep that he got from the Florence, they haven't really moved a ton. One of their heirs is now a Kingsguard. That's prestigious, but it kind of reduces your power. They haven't really gained a ton under her because she does not seem to be super interested in just, the family power at all costs. When she does scheme, she's very successful. She accomplishes her ends with no bull. And I would say that really the only issue is the one you already brought up. She helped Littlefinger become more powerful. She's one of several people so far who have underestimated Littlefinger and allowed him to become more powerful. But I don't think she particularly cares in a huge way the politics of King's Landing or advancing her house in a huge way. They're already powerful and she seems okay where she is. She's just trying to make sure that nobody gets killed. So, which is also why it's hard for me to put her in Illuminati, because she's not shooting for the stars. She's keeping her operations kind of local.
To me, it's COINTELPRO, because the main thing that she did was an assassination. She worked with a political ally to pull off an assassination, and then is around to cry about it and go, oh, this is a tragedy. This is who could have done this? That's like very CIA, FBI to me. So I would definitely call this a COINTELPRO, and it is limited in scope, like Dany's ploy on the wise masters, the good masters. It started and then it was over. It was one operation. There might be more operations that come out of this long-term agenda, but that was essentially a short-term operation that was successful. We killed some bad people because they were in the way, and now we've got easier people to work with. That's what the CIA does. They kill world leaders that they can't work with, so they get somebody else to.
Sir, that's called spreading democracy.
What's that?
I said,
Spread.
sir, that's called spreading democracy.
Indeed. Yeah. So, oh, there's a knock at my door. Hang on a second, guys. No, I'm kidding.
It's Blood Raven.
It's Blood Raven. Hashtag always
Well,
listening. So, go
I'll
ahead,
give
Mickey.
some thoughts. So I think the reason why I was thinking about Illuminati with Olenna is because while her moves are really geared and focused on her family and their safety, I think they've turned into big plays because of it, right? The purple wedding is nothing to like, knock down, I guess, because it had such a huge effect on the realm. So even though it was mostly about Marjorie, I mean, she changed the kingdom. And so I think that's where people are coming from, that, her moves had such a great effect. And I think the other thing is because she can't be so public about her moves, and while she does have authority in her family, she isn't, you know, officially like in a position of authority where she can give commands, where she can do things. So a lot of the stuff she does is behind the scenes. So if you're just a person in her presence, you're like, wow, all this stuff is happening, but like, where is it coming from? So it might feel like
Okay.
it's Illuminati because it's like happening on a bigger scale than someone would think. I do think with her alliances that she's made to do these things, I think there are going to be some destructive, like, things are going to happen, and we already see that breakdown with the Lannisters. So I'm just curious to see what other alliances are either made or broken in the next book.
Okay. I've got some. What is this? Is what's going on? There's a conversation about. Oh, this guy. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hail Satan. Yes, I'm a Satanist. I love worshiping the devil. That's why I'm called Lightbringer. You got it. You exposed me. Soon as the stream is over, I'm gonna eat some babies. So damn it.
Yeah,
Damn it.
I mean,
Secret is
it's almost like Lightbringer isn't in A Song of Ice and Fire. Like, that's so random. You just like what does it have to do with A Song of Ice and Fire?
nothing. Nothing at all.
Plus, babies are a superfood. Namaste.
That's not even a Christian. I guess it's a Christian fundy. I mean, even for Christian fundies, that's like I don't know. That's some. Those people always make me smile. Anyways, I thought I would get more of that when I first rolled out with the name Lucifer means Lightbringer, and I got hardly any. So I was kind of surprised. I was like, oh, everybody's kind of mature about it. Look at
A
that.
little bit disappointed.
No, not disappointed, but just I was like pleasantly surprised. That's what I would say. So, Olenna, how's this poll doing? It's close, but you make a good point about the Illuminati in that, like, you don't know where it's coming from. Olenna is very sneaky. That was her main skill that I put under skills. She's just very sneaky. You don't see it coming. I mean, she's walking right up to Sansa's hairnet, and she's the one fidgeting with, she's the one doing the poisoning. Maybe she passed it to Garland, but it seems like she's the actual operator. So, like, it's pretty secretive. Um, I
Yeah.
still vote COINTELPRO, but I understand Illuminati. What do you vote, Sean?
I voted COINTELPRO, but this is one of those edge cases where it's kind of on the border of both. There are good arguments that she's Illuminati, at least in. I mean, the arguments you were making, Mickey, basically like how successful she is, how large scale they are, despite the fact that that may not be her goal. Um, and again, like the fact that she's effective without anybody being the wiser or having knowledge of her involvement. But I put COINTELPRO just because she does not seem to be after the goal of like domination or ruling or anything like that.
So where would
Oh,
you put her in this lineup? If we're gonna put her in Illuminati, what's going on?
there's Rhea.
Oh,
Just showing Rhea.
your Grey
See
Wolf.
the Yeah. This is the one that's a tiny Alaskan Malamute. Her little tail, like, it's really cute. Like, there's an actual Alaskan Malamute in the complex who's 120 pounds, and they look the same, just
Yeah, but Sansa's
one
like, look
slightly
at me,
bigger.
I'm cute.
I know. Hi, Sansa. Okay. No, we're not saying hello. We're not saying hello, y'all.
All right, so we've got So yeah, where would we put her in relation to Littlefinger, Tywin, and Roose if she's going in that tier?
Well, she's
I,
accomplished more than, well, I would say the Purple Wedding was such a huge accomplishment that has to count for a pretty big one.
Tywin is dead, and Roose will be dead soon.
I
Olenna
put her
is.
below Peter, but above Tywin and Roose, I think.
That's where I would
I
put her
agree.
too.
That's tough, but and there are arguments, but
Chat, let me know. Do you have an issue with that? I think that's right. Let me go to.
did the chat, were they just overwhelming for her in Illuminati?
No, it was
Pretty close.
close.
Pretty
It was
close.
close. 36 for Cointel Pro, 39 for Illuminati. So it's pretty close. But the thing that besides the secretive thing, she's probably going to run more schemes. Dany did the one operation. She got her army. She mostly rules not by scheming. If Olenna needs to do anything else, it'll be a scheme. Like that's what she does. So I kind of get that. She's the hidden hand behind the throne, and that's very Illuminati-esque as well. So there it is.
All right, we had somebody else, right, that we were supposed to do after Olenna.
I think so.
Well, the Maesters and Marwyn was one.
Oh, we were going to sort of talk about them. It's tough because we don't know what the Maesters are up to. They could have an anti-magic conspiracy. I do think they do. I think Marwyn is basically right about that, but there's not a whole lot else to say about it. Like I did a whole stream going back into history of Fire and Blood to show where they might have killed people and stuff, but they would be Illuminati level for sure. Um, Probably slightly less competent than the Faceless Men, but it's hard to say. We just don't know.
I mean, in Hardhome, we don't got to mention that, but it's always on my mind.
Hmm.
Yeah, and also we're kind of grouping Marwyn and the Maesters together when they're kind of polar opposites in philosophy and goal, as far as we can tell. If there is a Maester conspiracy, if there isn't, Marwyn's aims, goals, motives, etc., are all still way different from the Maesters.
Yeah, Marwyn's not actually doing a scheme. Like we know what Marwyn is doing. It's very straightforward, actually. He believes the others are a threat. He thinks that the shit is going down soon, and he's been keeping up with everything at the wall. He thinks that's important. He thinks Dany might be important, Azor High Reborn, and he's going to go to Dany and try to help her. So the only
Ooh,
scheming going on is that like he's at odds with the agenda of the Maesters, and he thinks the Maesters have a conspiracy, but he's not really like they know that he's a black sheep. So like there's not really a big scheme to outline there with Marwyn. And then yeah, the Maesters one, it's hard to say. They may have done Hardhome, they may have done Summerhall, maybe they were involved with the Doom. Who knows? It's just
well, we have another. If we're trying to avoid that kind of controversy and just not being sure about it all, we just got Wyman Manderley.
let's do Wyman Manderley because I love Wyman Manderley.
He's
Lord
just
too fat to sit a throne.
the cutest little author self insert.
Yeah, kinda. I guess so. That's funny. Yeah, you're probably right. So his objective is to destroy the Freys and the Boltons. Essentially, it's mostly revenge. He seems to want to install Rickon as the Stark heir because this will help stabilize the North. Maybe get Wyman like a regency advisor position. Maybe like a marriage pact that will elevate his house in standard political Game of Thrones fashions. But the main thing is that he is motivated by revenge from the Red Wedding, and he is gunning for Freys and Boltons, and he seems to be loyal to the Starks. And even if he's not loyal to the Starks for an emotional reason, he rightly understands that only a Stark can really rule the North and command the necessary loyalty to keep the North together because they've been in charge for 8,000 years. It's just how it is. Um, his skills are that he's obviously very clever and cunning, and he's doing mummery, he's doing acting, um a bit like Danny. He's using the honest reactions of other members of his family to sell his own deception. So he allows Willa to make her speech and make a scene, and then, oh, send her to bed and this and that, and, oh, I'm sorry, and it was all a ruse. So he's doing mummery, and his major blind spot is that his plans are high risk, but that is his objective. Um, so I'm going to call this uh, Cointel Pro again for the same reason, because it's limited. It's not a world domination scheme. He is basically trying to take down a specific enemy, which is kind of like the FBI or CIA working against a cartel or another country, and they're doing, intelligence operations against him. So I would call this Cointel Pro, but because there's not like, I don't really, it's not like a scam he's asking people to believe in. He's sort of tricked people about his true nature, but he's just getting people to underestimate him. He's not promising the moon and tricking people with false promises and stuff. So to me, it's a Cointel Pro. Mickey, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I also agree. I think Wyman, while he's like putting himself in a position to where he's already changed alliances in his mind, and I don't think he ever truly changed alliances. I think it was out of desperation and survival. I think he's always been loyal to the Starks and just kind of, well, I guess we have to do this. I mean, it's either this or our whole house perishes. So I think he has been biding his time, and as we saw with the Frey pies, that was his little doing this a little kickback. But I do think that, yeah, his blind spot, his plans are high risk. I mean, if he would have gotten caught, that would have been awful, and Roose would have demolished him. I mean, I don't think we would have any Manderleys left. And isn't there a interesting history with the Manderleys, right, David? How they're not originally from the North, right? So I think that could also be a influence on him wanting to like establish his house a little more. Oh, sorry, you were muted, David.
Yeah, no, I was agreeing with you. Yeah, he's from the Reach. He is a little more like a Southern lord. They have knights. They worship the Seven. So that could figure into things. But even we've seen the Northern Lords play the Game of Thrones too in their own way. So
Well, and one of the big things is that there's a much more of an equalization in terms of the power between the Northern Lords, just because, for one, they've basically been abandoned by the Lannisters. The Lannisters are not willing to go up and try to help or make peace there. They're not willing to offer any kind of, financial assistance or anything like that. So the only help that the Boltons have are really the Freys, and that alliance is very tenuous because Roose just made Ramsay his heir instead of whoever his child is with the Frey he just married. So Wyman Manderley now commands the most mounted soldiers in the North. He is the wealthiest lord in the North. He commands the most ships. He is, without alliances factored in that are kind of supporting the Boltons, which are all very tenuous, Manderley is the most powerful lord in the North at the moment. So he's basically just like, as you said earlier, Dave, he's deceived people on his true nature. He's gotten people to underestimate him, and he's been playing that and working that angle and building that foundation for a very long time. And that's the foundation of everything he's done. He has not been extremely sneaky. Him telling them to sing the Rat Cook song as he feeds Freys to Freys is not subtle. And like everything he's doing, like you said, is high risk. And I don't even know whether to call that a blind spot, because he does know that all of these moves are high risk. Like going with Davos, he says, like, no, I would have just cut off your head and given it to him if there had been any issue. So he knows that he knows that this plan of trying to get Rickon is high risk, but he needs Rickon. So it's
right. What else is there to do, right?
Right. So they are high risk, and he may fail completely, and he's probably going to die either way. But
So consider this. He didn't need to, he could have just killed those three Freys. He didn't need to bake them into pies and make a big joke out of it. Like that, he did that for the personal satisfaction of the revenge because he's a cold-blooded killer. Um, so
He did
yeah,
that for
there's,
himself.
yeah.
mermen are cold blooded.
So he's willing to take risks in order to get this level of personal satisfaction. So I guess that could be a blind spot. He got himself cut pretty good um, by picking a fight essentially at the feast. But he's clearly planning something, some sort of going over to Stannis type of thing, which is going to interact with, the ice lakes and all that stuff. So where would if he's going to Cointel Pro, my question is, does he go before or after Danny?
I think he's ahead of Danny.
I agree.
I think so too.
For
Danny
now.
did the
Yeah.
one thing and it worked. Mostly that was dependent on the dragon and the moxie of her to do it, like the daring to do something so risky. But yes, I think I agree with that.
Because I
Wyman
So
find
is
the more
doing some pretty complex plotting.
I was going to say, the more you talk about Wyman, the bigger of a player I realize he is, and how much of a foothold he has in the North right now. He does have a lot of manpower behind him, and he does have the money to do it. So definitely more excited about him now than I was. I just thought he was this
he's one of my
jolly
favorites.
old dude,
Yeah,
just about that
I
food.
love the whole conspiracy that's going on with him. But yeah, I mean, I put him up there because I'm not just looking at the one scheme that is very high risk, high reward that we see him doing. I look at a number of things that he did while Robb was still alive, the maneuvering that he was doing in order to become more powerful under Robb Stark. And he's absolutely loyal to the Starks. Like we can see that in his chapter with Davos and Robert Glover, that he's fiercely loyal to the Starks. He was so proud of his daughter for speaking up for the Starks, even though he had to play the game that he wasn't loyal. But he's absolutely maneuvering to get as much power out of Robb as he can. He's doing things like talking about, hey, I have the means over here to mint you new coinage. Now that, you're a king, you're going to need to mint your own coins, which is not something that Robb had really thought of. He talked about like, oh, you're going to need naval power, so I took the liberty of starting to build you a gigantic northern fleet. Like, so he's doing all of these things, planning for the long term to put his house in good position to make
The
him
fleet is
powerful.
sick. The fleet, like Davos
Right.
shows up and he's like, "Oh my gosh!" He's like, "Look how
Yeah,
many ships there are
and
here."
he only saw half of them. Wyman told him about the other half later. So yeah, he's made all these moves to make his house way more powerful. The only scheme that we're really talking about is later, and it's high risk by necessity because the main motive is loyalty, not the
So I
further.
would say actually, Sean, that he is such a good schemer that he's scheming ahead of time. He's preparing. He doesn't know how he's going to have to use these things, but he's putting himself in position to be able to pull stuff off. So yeah, I think he's a very high level schemer. Yeah, I agree with that. So Melisandre, let's do Melisandre next. That's a good idea. Melisandre. So what is her scheming? Let's see here. She's a very unique character because she is she's a true believer, and her objectives are having to do with finding and empowering Azor High at all costs. The long night, her orgasmic use of fire magic may be a small thing, but it's mostly believing in the threat of the others and the prophecy of Azor High. Her pawns are anyone that needs to be a pawn. This is another one of those conspiracies of one. There's no one inside the circle except for her and R'hllor. So Stannis, Selyse, Davos, Edric Storm, Jon Snow, Mance Rayder. She considers herself a pawn of R'hllor. And so she is using other people, by extension in this plan. Um, what do you? I think this is Illuminati level, because it is concerned with magic and world domination and the highest possible stakes. She is also an advisor. She's not hidden, but she's not trying to get power herself. She just wants to manipulate leaders, whether it's Jon or Stannis or whoever else. Maybe Euron one day. So to me, this is definitely an Illuminati, and an interesting case because finding Azor Ahai is good. The others are coming. She's right about that. She's willing to do things that we wouldn't, like burn people alive, but her objectives are pretty good. So yeah, her scheming in particular, like she's doing the shadow baby stuff. Okay, I would think that's called, we consider a scheme. I mean,
I
I
think
don't know.
everything.
Is she? Maybe we've misjudged this. Is she really? Is she doing a scheme, Sean? What do you think? Or
I think
Mickey, go ahead. You
everything.
have something to say.
Yeah.
So I think there's some things that we also need to talk about, or at least some thoughts we need to put to the forefront of our minds when we talk about Melisandre. So she does have some weaknesses, like you said, the blind spot, literal versus symbolic prophecy. I also think she, like a cult leader, and I almost see her as like a Charles Manson, where she appeals to people's need for a higher belief. She demonstrates using physical magic her the little bit of firepower she can. She even says, "Oh, I'm running out of potions. I'm running out of powders." So I think such a small thing, and I think the followers she has right now, like they can overlook her small demonstrations like that. But I do think if she's going to keep extending and keep selling, Rolor, as the one to believe in, I think she is going to need a one literally restock, but also keep demonstrating these powers. Because for some things, especially being wrong about Stannis, I think maybe her mouth is writing checks that maybe her butt can't keep all the time. I do think she does literally have this power, but I think she's not going to commit like Davos. I don't think he's a man that's so desperate to believe in such a higher power. But well, one, he grew up with the Seven, but also he's not in that state of mind to like grasp onto what she's selling. So I think a lot of her appeal is being charismatic, is bringing people in and bringing in this cult following. But I do think she has a lot on the line right now. She loses Stannis, like it's going to be a breaking point with some of her cult followers who are also Stannis's bannermen, right? Or like his followers too. Um, but she is really important to the story as we've seen, and I do think she's going to be right about Jon Snow. I just think her position isn't so solid as maybe we think it is. I think she's a little vulnerable here, at least this moment in the story.
So her scheme is essentially to get people to believe in this cosmic battle and to do what she says to get ready. So she is actually is more of a Theranos thing, kind of like Euron, where she's making these giant promises, but no one knows if it's real or not. We know it's real, but it kind of is Theranos like in that sense. Go ahead, Sean. Someone in the chat was pointing that out, and I have to agree.
Yeah. So I mean, there are elements to all of this. I think there are even some Fisher Price elements in Mel, but she's very hard to classify. I think everything she does is a scheme because she is representing a vision of R'hllor that other people don't have. She has presented R'hllor. There are other true believers in R'hllor, but she has still sold them something. She has convinced them to believe in R'hllor for this reason or with this demonstration. So everything about her is kind of used car salesman type stuff. But she also has some very definite real power. In mixing that in the middle, she has been both remarkably successful and a terrible failure at the same time. Like the fact that as a red priestess, she was able to come to Dragonstone and even just get Stannis's ear is wild. The fact that with him not believing, he's still willing to rely on her to such a huge degree. She has turned Celise into a true believer and a whole ton of other people. She's made it the dominant religion of Stannis's entire group. She defeated Renly. She took Storm's End. Like, those were very real victories for her. She is not the one who botched King's Landing, but it definitely was a Fisher Price level oversight of hers. That I mean, we don't know how much of it is just boasting, but she says if she had been there, they would have won. Well, then it's fairly important that you be there. And the fact that she was vulnerable to somebody like Davos, straight up just talking Stannis out of bringing her, that's a pretty huge flaw in her plan. And now she's in the north. They're directly dealing with the others, which is kind of what she wanted the whole time, we think. And it's not clear what exactly she's doing. She hasn't really, converted a bunch of people in the Night's Watch. She hasn't really converted a bunch of wildlings.
No, she has. She has converted some people in the Night's Watch and wildlings. She did both.
Well, anyway, I guess my point here is that she was wanting to fight this war against the others, and they're on such poor footing there. And the way she looks at it, they're so dependent on Jon Snow, especially after Stannis has left and Jon Snow got murdered. And maybe that was part of her plan and she's going to resurrect him. But it just seems like very careless if he's such a big part of your plan.
So it's similar to Euron, because Euron, it's like, well, with just of our regular forces, we don't have enough to do this thing that I say we're going to do, but magic is coming. And that's kind of like Melisandre. She's talking about Azor High and Lightbringer and all this stuff. But like, if you look at, like you say, if you look at the Watch, it's like a couple hundred people and some wildlings. They all hate each other, and they've have a bad habit of mutinying their Lord Commanders, like manning 3 out of 19 castles. We are not well positioned to fight the others, but Mel is there like, we're going to do this thing. So yeah, it is very Euron like and Theranos like. And I see I have influenced the chat. Excellent. Good job, chat. Good job.
Well, and Jon
I told you there was a parallel between Euron and Melisandre.
Yeah.
Very similar.
You're right. Yeah.
But yeah, Jon was, I think the biggest issue is you're trying to, prevent the others from making it through. The biggest thing you have to do is man the wall. And the person most instrumental in that was Jon. He started manning the wall with wildlings. And that was a great move. Stannis did take the Night Fort, but that was more for his necessity than the idea that, Jon would have manned it with more wildlings or somebody, I guess is the point. But yeah, again, Jon is so important to their schemes, and she clearly wants Jon to stay alive. She's doing stuff like warning him, like, keep your direwolf close, and then he dies. So she botched that. You could make the argument, although I don't know how much water is there, but that she botched the fighting King's Landing. So yeah, like I guess the result is how effective is she? So,
well, what do you think? Is Euron or Melisandre a better seller of visions? Who is?
I think Melisandre, and I'll say it because she's accomplished some things.
Yeah,
Euron is still writing some checks. They're still processing. The bank hasn't even received the money yet. I mean,
well, he's consolidated the Ironborn, kind of. But I agree that Melisandre has accomplished more as far as her goals. She's in the right position. She's converting people. She's going to be able to raise Jon probably because she is in the right position. So even though she's wrong about some stuff, she's wrong that Stannis is the guy. She knows what direction she should be pointed in. And so that is counting for it. So yeah, what do you think, Chad? Let me just ask you to shout it out here real quick. Do you think Melisandre or Euron is a more skilled schemer? Who is the more effective schemer? Both of these are incomplete to some extent, especially with Euron. But as of right now, I give a slight edge to Mel. Do you agree, Sean? Or?
Yeah, I think he's Wolf of Wall Street and she is Enron.
Okay.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Neither are top tier though. We agree with that. I've got them kind of in the middle here. Okay, cool. So, guys, we are 2 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, so we need to pick up the pace a little bit.
All
And
right.
I need to go to the bathroom, which means some of y'all might need to go to the bathroom. So let's do music real quick and come back in about 45 seconds and then chop chop through the rest of these psychopaths. All right. Very good. Let's do this one. Oh, perfect timing. Oh, Sean didn't make it. Rest in peace, Sean.
Oh,
Too
he's right
bad.
there.
He's got dog food in his head. No, I'm feeding my animals. Don't leave. Don't stream without me, guys. This is legit. This is legit. Don't let the hounds get hungry. All right. Ugh. Woo. Okay. So who's next? Who's next? Let's do Jorah. Sir Jorah Mormont. He runs a bit of his he does not belong on that throne. That looks hideous. That looks hideous. Okay, where is he? Jorah Mormont. So he is, first of all, a pawn in Varys' scheming. He's an informant for Varys, but he's running his own scheme because he's trying to double play both sides. He's trying to play both sides. He's trying to sell secrets to Varys, but maybe think about defecting over to Dany. And then he kind of goes over to Dany, but he's still sort of sending some information to Varys. And then he's knowing about Varys' assassin, the wine cellar, and he exposed the wine cellar in order to gain credibility with Dany. So he is trying to play both sides, and he has also got romantic designs on Dany. So he's ambitious and scheming, but he's not like, I guess the poachers thing is kind of a scheme. Like he tried to break the law and get away with it, and then he didn't. And then he's kind of trying to it's not so much a scheme, but he's trying to keep up this marriage with Lyness Hightower, and he's basically like he doesn't have what it takes to hold her interest and stuff, but he keeps trying to come up with it. And then he ends up losing her. So there's probably a lot of little low level schemes that are going on in there. But his main scheme is that he's trying to maybe get his home back through Varys or maybe through Dany. But he wants to get his home back, and he wants to get the love of a beautiful woman. So it's kind of, there's some incel energy. Yeah, Sean, you're right about that. It's a lot of ego. So I think the chat is leaning Fisher Price, and I felt like that was the way it was going to go. Who wants to start on Jorah? And again, we're trying to.
I'll go because I just don't have a lot to say. He's all reclaimed plastic, this guy. Definitely Fisher Price. All of his plans are poorly thought through, and he has to keep on changing them. And basically, he doesn't even have strict goals in mind. He just wants to be the one influencing Dany. So there's just no consistency with him. He just is a, greed. What did the chat say? He's like a sad divorced dad. Like, yeah, that's what he's doing. Now
Down
he's going
bad.
after a girl who's way too young and embarrassing himself. And yeah, it's
It's true. The worst thing he did was not being honest with Dany from the get-go in terms of being dismissed. I also think he should have put his counsel at the forefront for the reason why he should stay, instead of like saying he's so loyal to her and saying like I love you, like stuff like that. I think maybe Dany would have taken a second guess and been like, yeah, your wisdom is actually, it might overcome these awkward things, but yeah, I don't see him as a great schemer. He just kind of did a few things, I guess.
Yeah, he's basically a lot of the with the Fisher Price schemers. The problem is that they don't realize when they're out of their league. They don't realize when they shouldn't be messing with stuff. Like if you're going to be Varys' informant, that's like you don't. That's now what you're tethered to. And if you're going to break from that, you got to make a clean break. And you got to tell Dan, like, look, you got to lay it all on the table. And like, there's this guy Varys, he's trying to kill you. And, you know, yada, yada, yada.
he
So
was just awkwardly trying to break up with Varys, and he didn't have the heart to do it.
yeah, it is. This is sort of, keeping his feet in two different spots at once. And he's also another blind spot, besides the fact that he's too old for Dany. He misses the fact that Dany is ethical and doesn't support things like selling poachers for as slavers. Jorah's the one who was like, let's go to Slaver's Bay and buy some Unsullied. And then they get there and she's like, you didn't tell me what this was. Like, so he's got a different ethical and moral code than Dany, and he sort of like doesn't understand that.
Book Jorah's scummy, although acting Jorah.
Oh, Ian Glenn is
Yeah.
tremendous, and he does a good audiobook reading as well. But so where is he going in the Fisher Price? Right at the bottom. Is he below
He's worse
Ned?
than Ned.
I think he's worse than Ned too. Yeah, I think he's the worst we've auditioned. And I think that's going to stay that way until we get to Ariane.
Okay. Renly.
Spoiler.
And Cersei and Ned. Okay, hang on. Let me just move these over. And where's Ned? Awesome. Sorry, I'm just doing this stuff here. All right, and then we'll put old Jorah. Bringing up last place. Oh yeah, him and Ariane in a chess game. I think I'll take Ariane, but okay. So yeah, it's not that interesting. Let's move on. Who should we do next, chat?
Well, I kind of spoiled one, if that's
Oh right. Yeah. I guess let's just go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. Please, somebody send a super chat about it anyway.
So look, you were a little harsh here in your notes, Sean.
It was a roast.
It was. Skills, seduction. I'm sure there must be something else. Parentheses. There isn't. Literally everything that can go wrong does. Ares is killed. Marcella is maimed and kidnapped. Her friends are imprisoned. You forgot that. She's weak in Doran. She gets put in timeout. The only win is that Doran finally is convinced to start confiding in her, but that's because he could see how badly it went when he didn't. So as we've talked about, she feels slighted because she only has part of the picture about what's going on with Quentin and Dany and all the stuff. And so now she has learned her lesson, right, Sean? And she's on her way to make an alliance with Fagon.
Oh God. And she botches that immediately too. Like, one of the first things she does is behave outrageously irresponsibly, trying to seduce Damon Sand just because she's bored. And with no thought to how it might go when she's trying to maybe even create an alliance over here with Fagon. if she has a bastard. That might go really, really poorly. So
Because you
there,
pointed out that they're not necessarily near a maester and some sort of abortifacients. So,
or even just the idea that, what if they do run to a maester? How do they know that that won't get out? And it's like, oh, okay. Do we want to set up a marriage pact with somebody who literally just had to, terminate a pregnancy? So, and these are things that go into, medieval politics. And these are also,
oh, she
even,
trusted Darkstar too. Great point, Whitney.
yeah, that was dumb. Her, the politics of Dorne are definitely different from the politics of the Seven Kingdoms as a whole, and there's definitely more tolerance for things like, actually owning your sexual identity, which we can all agree is positive in a modern sense. But if she's trying to weaken her family, she's going about it the right way. And yeah, it's very clear from the way that she's behaving through all of this. In the sample chapters, she also basically gets kidnapped. So, like, all of this has gone extremely poorly for her because she hasn't learned anything.
I would say that for a failed plot, there is a little bit of skill. Like she recruits people, she does a ruse with Marcella and her cousin. She befriends Marcella and gets her to go along with the plan. It sort of tells her a half truth that sort of works. She does successfully seduce the Knight of the King's Guard to the point where he is completely loyal to her, so that worked. But then her plan got told. So it fell apart very dramatically. And obviously, there was some psychology with Ari Zokart that she didn't consider. She didn't understand that by seducing him, she was also ruining him because she's requiring him to violate the oaths that make him who he is. And so he wasn't going to be as useful after that ruining. And that's why he threw his life away gallantly and foolishly on the bridge there. So she's definitely a Fisher Price schemer, but I would say she's above Jorah. I'd probably put her above Ned. Like if her and Ned are starting from square one on opposite sides of some sort of game board and trying to like have a Game of Thrones, I would take Ariane. I would. I think she is Cersei level foolish myself. Mickey, go ahead. Ariane, tee off.
Yeah, I think she's emotional. I think she's rash. She doesn't think her plan will fail. She kind of is like, no, it's going to work. I put all this effort into it. It has to work. Uh, Doran is weak, and I won't be like him. I'm strong. I'm healthy. I can do these things. So, yeah, I would put her above Ned because she did accomplish something, even though maybe not 100%. She did kidnap Marcella. Even though she did get her buy-in at first, but she technically did kidnap her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ned's plan was DOA. I mean, it was like
Yeah.
absolutely DOA.
Well, so I'm going to go against the panel here. I think she's even worse than Ned, and I look at like her against some of the other real Fisher Price people like Ser Jorah. Ser Jorah, there aren't really any consequences to his scheming beyond he gets screwed. Like he lost his home because he did something stupid with the poachers, sold them into slavery. He shouldn't have done that. Um, and then he ends up having to go to Essos. He ends up having to become basically a mercenary. He basically becomes an informant. Like it's himself that he's screwing every time. Even his wife, who should have been her fate basically tied to his, was able to escape his incompetence. With Ariane, she pulled her family into this and got them in trouble. She pulled her lover into this and got him killed. She pulled Marcella into this, who was supposed to be like, this was supposed to be crowning her, and instead they did do some light kidnapping. It was a little kidnap, and
I
uh,
mean, they're both
and then
spectacular failures, Ned and Ariane. I mean, Ned's failure was Titanic. His house got basically destroyed and
oh,
scattered to the wind.
so I do give that. What I will say is that Ned, I think, is a smarter person. He was out of his depth in King's Landing politics, And had he spent more time there, he would have done better. Whereas Ariane is exactly where she's always been. She's in Dorne. She's had her whole life to learn Dornish politics. She's 19. She's the age where she's already basically Doran's heir, and she's behaving this dumb and irresponsibly. And I
So
realize,
Alona makes a good point. She says, Ariane would not have trusted someone who said, "Do not trust me," and I think that's right.
she that is right, and that's definitely a point against Ned and a point for Ariane. I will give Alana that one. What I will also, as kind of a counterpoint, Dark Star,
The
like
most dangerous
our
man in
emo
Doran.
knight.
There's an ally, but
Emo knight is not the guy, and she
but in Ariane's
constantly.
defense, she's slept with him, and if you slept with someone, that means they will be loyal to you forever and never ever hurt your feelings, right?
She's 1 for 2 on that, as far as we know. But yeah, no, it's clearly a uniquely terrible decision to trust him. And the entire time she's thinking about how he's untrustworthy and dangerous.
But we'd have such pretty babies.
Yeah,
Right, Abigail. Yeah, she does think that.
that's a good counterpoint.
Well, okay.
Maybe those pretty
I don't
babies
even
will be
know. I
smart.
don't know if we can even do a poll on this. I'm gonna put her above Ned. Um, I'm just gonna wedge her in right here. We don't. Yeah, just yeah. I'll move Renly and Cersei over, I guess, a little bit, but I can't even. Her and Cersei's just like a more metastasized. I mean, I don't think Arion's not as bad a person as Cersei, but as far as plotting goes, like these people are pretty foolish.
Yeah,
Yeah, hard to say. All
Cersei may
right,
be smarter, but the paranoia definitely weighs her down.
okay, so who do we got? So Varys and Illyrio, I gave them both pictures, but really it's this they're the same. They're the same. We tackled them. They're doing the same plot together. So let me pull up the notes on these scumbags. Um, their objective is to seat Fagon on the Iron Throne, essentially. They likely have familial bonds to Fagon through the Blackfires and all this stuff. Um, they both have ego and lust for power. They like being the hands behind the scenes. Illyrio doesn't want to be king, but he likes being rich. And Varys doesn't want to be king, but he titters all the time. He loves having the information. He loves being the master of whisperers. So these guys do have an ego to what they do. They consider themselves wizards and string pullers. They think they rule the world, basically. And that is their blind spot. Just like Doran Martell, they think they can predict everything, but of course they can't. So, for example, Fagon himself is unpredictable. They've created this perfect king, and they grew him from a bean, but he's starting to show his own hot temperedness and desires, and they can't predict that. They couldn't predict what Dany was going to do. They thought she was going to go west, and she went east. They couldn't predict the Viserys thing, because young people are unpredictable. So it's a similar thing with some of the other schemers. And the results, Fagon has invaded. Westeros is destabilized, and Fagon should have a pretty easy run to King's Landing to replace Cersei and be hailed as a conquering hero. They're doing a lot of mummery. Fagon's not who he says he is. So like he is a false product in a way. They're very good at spycraft and patience as well as mummery. And Illyrio is skilled in trade. So what kind of plotters are these? There's some Theranos aspects because it's a lot of chicanery and scammery and flim-flam stuff going on. It's definitely Illuminati level because this is a world domination scheme. And they're doing some COINTELPRO type operations here and there. So probably I think they'll be Illuminati level, but it's got aspects of all these things. Who wants to go first?
You go ahead.
I think one thing against Varys is, he is propping up Fagon and is underestimating Daenerys. And I think that that's his downfall, is that, as you said, children are unpredictable. And we forget these are all children. They aged up in the shows, but in the books, they are all very young, right? So, I
Yeah,
mean,
Jorah.
imagine exactly. And like we also have to remember these kids are barely going through puberty. I mean, emotions are already high, like and they're coming into positions of power. So it's not like, oh, they're learning, they're no, like shit's hitting the fan. Like to put it simply, especially for Varys. And I think because he keeps his alliances so close to the chest, from the outside, it just seems like, on one end, you can be like, oh, he's out for himself. But I think there's also the fickle side of him where he does switch alliances for his own good, right? At least publicly. And when it comes to Daenerys, I don't know how much she's going to like that. I definitely think she's not going to like that. Because I think Daenerys, and this could be my headcanon, I think she's going to come in and kind of dominate. I think Fagon's going to be in over his head. I think he is in over his head, even though he's had a success. I don't know. I don't trust him.
I mean, they're pinning everything on Fagon here, kind of.
Yeah. And I think he's going to let people down. I also just don't like him. So I'm very biased here.
So
Pick up my pieces, dwarf. Sean, go ahead.
I will say that they've been extremely effective in promoting Fagon. They've gotten him the Golden Company. They've successfully invaded Westeros and taken most of the Stormlands and Storm's End. They have, I mean, Varys has his finger on the pulse for 20 plus years I guess it is about 19 or 20 years in King's Landing. He left, but he's still in control of his spy organization. That much is clear from the way that he kills Kevin. And then Illyrio is one of the most powerful merchants in the world. So between the two of them, they have a lot of power to be moving and shaking things. They have the Golden Company, which they didn't have to buy. They could be, paying, they could be hiring additional mercenary groups to reinforce Fagon. They actually, some of their earlier schemes didn't work, but they talked about this at some point where they basically plan for a lot of these schemes to fail, and then they have backup plans or they adjust or whatever, and they've done a pretty good job at that. So, they originally had a plan with Viserys to attack Westeros with the Dothraki just to kind of, soften it up, a little a schemature attaculation, if you will. And then you send in Fagon as the conquering hero. And they've had to abandon that plan, but they have found a way to get Fagon a foot away from the throne at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that they've had this going for so long across the continent. Illyrio can show up in King's Landing, have a meeting with Varys in the sewers, and disappear, and no one is the wiser. These guys are skilled operators. There's no question. So I think the chat's got this one right. These are Illuminati class. I I think we got to put them below the Faceless Men because really nobody's above the Faceless Men. I do think they're better than Littlefinger, though. You guys agree with
Together.
that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. Best buds here. Varys and Illyrio. We'll put them closer since they're so close. All right. All
Is
right.
it weird that those illustrations, it just looks like Varys and then Varys with a wig?
Never seen him in the same place. No, Arya has. No.
She didn't see him. She just heard him. I could fake Varys's voice.
Sure you could. All right. So there we go. Yeah, I do think they're definitely above Littlefinger. Chat, let me know if anybody disagrees. If anybody thinks Littlefinger is a more talented schemer than Varys and Illyrio, but like I think Varys and Illyrio mostly know what Littlefinger's doing. Littlefinger has no idea what they're doing. None. So all right, who's next? Who's next? Let's do the High Septon.
Well, we
High
had
Sparrow.
somebody did a super chat for Ramsey.
Okay. Very good. Very bad. Ramsay Bolton. Especially ugly portrait of Ramsay Bolton. Of course, he's an ugly dude. All right. So, he's actually kind of a good schemer. Um, he his objectives are to play the Game of Thrones and rise in power and to get himself legitimized for much of the story. That's his objective, is to be legitimized as Bolton instead of Snow, and to enable his own sadism. This seems to be the major thing he does with power, is use it as a space to practice his torture. So it's kind of like Qyburn with ambition. He's like, you know how I could really have license to torture people as if I was more powerful. So that's kind of his game. But unlike Roose, he is full of rage, and so he's very hot tempered. He is sadistic and psychopathic, but he's got a lot of skill with mummery, and he is clever. So he did this whole routine with Reek, and he tricked Theon, and basically got Winterfell handed to him. So he's pretty clever, and he is able to survive all this time. And the thing is that, of course, Roose, all of Ramsay's boys are really Roose's boys. So he's not as clever as he thinks, and his father seems to be one step ahead of him. So that's basically Ramsay. Obviously, he's violent and crazy and all that stuff, but he does seem to be I don't know, at least a mid-level schemer. Um, what category would he go in? Uh, I think he might be at the top of Fisher Price because it is his first scheme, but it kind of worked. But like, cool. So you've got Winterfell in a ruin. Like he doesn't even keep it. He leaves.
Well, would we call that his first scheme? What about like he took the Hornwood lands by forcibly marrying Lady Hornwood? And then I don't know if it's really a scheme, but he passed himself off as Reek by, smearing a bunch of feces all over himself and ugh, gross stuff. But it was very successful. It saved his life. And then he was able to infiltrate Theon's little outfit because of it. Not that that was probably his eventual plan. That was probably more opportunism and Theon being a moron. But nevertheless, he had some schemes, and most of them have been effective until he got a lot of power, and then he kind of engaged his sadism, and I think that made him a lot less
Hold
effective.
on. This is definitely Cointel Pro because if we're talking about torturing people in secret rooms until their identity is broken down, I think that's got to be CIA, FBI level stuff. I mean,
Oof.
not to get into the news, but we've done
You
some
know,
bad things. So
what's going to happen to all three of us after this stream when they black bag us?
I personally have said all kinds of things that I disavow already. So I disavow everything I've said today. And yeah. Oh, there's a knock at my door. No. So I think this is Cointel Pro. I agree with the chat. Um yeah, it's torture. It's sort of low level local operations with Domeric and Lady Hornwood and Reek. And like the FBI, I could see them doing things like smearing feces all over themselves in order to like have a disguise. Like I'm sure that's probably happened. Yeah, they do some weird stuff in FBI operations. So I
I think
I
they
think
just do that to go shopping.
what's that?
I think they just do that to go shopping.
Oh, yeah. That's just
So with
standard procedure.
Ramsay, I'll say that yes, his tactic of violence has been effective. I think we're starting to see the breakdown of it because that's his one thing. He is a violent person. He abuses people and other people listen so that they don't get abused, right? Like that's the whole thing. And if they don't, he kills them and everybody knows it. And so as we saw, he went too far with Reek and too far with Jane, and they're no longer under his control anymore. And so I think he's in trouble. His grasp of the North, or Winterfell especially, is in trouble. And I think Roose is going to have a field day learning that. So yeah, I think I think he is short-sighted in that. His one tactic has worked, and I think his luck has run out. Like, I don't see Ramsay being very successful anymore.
Yeah, I actually don't know that he's going to be able to kill Roose. I think he will try, but I kind of think it'd be more interesting if like Roose outlasts him. But in fact, Maynard James Plum, why don't we ask the chat who lives longer, Roose or Ramsay? I'm curious about that. This one is Cointel Pro, so we'll close this out. Yeah, who's gonna live longer, Roose or Ramsay? And I will put Ramsay. He's going in Cointel Pro. He's going to go below Doran. Doran is clearly like a more competent schemer and stuff. He's been doing it for longer, and Ramsay's going to burn out real soon, I think. So Doran at least has been working on this thing for almost 2 decades without getting caught. In fact, let's move him up like right here. Maybe like right there. All right. Make some room for some Cointel Pros. Okay, so who lives longer, Roose or Ramsay? Yeah, I'm curious to see.
So I think we're kind of poisoned by the fact that it happened a certain way on the show, but I don't think it'll happen that way in the books. I think that somebody else is going to get to Roose. Like this Northern conspiracy is he hasn't been writing this for nothing. Like we know about the Northern conspiracy. The Mummer's farce is almost over. Like we know that Wyman Manderley's involved. We know that Robert Glover is involved. We know that they've been working with other people in the North that they haven't spoken to Davos about with it. So that wasn't written for nothing. Like that isn't just a red herring. Something is going to come of that vis-a-vis the Boltons. And killing Roose would be a much more effective end goal of that, even before we talk about militarily defeating the Boltons. Defeating Roose basically undoes them, because like Mickey was saying, it's like Ramsay is the one who has destabilized them. He's the one who's made the mistakes where he went too far with his sadism, and he lost Jane and Theon, who were very important pieces in them holding power. You defeat Roose, who has made no mistakes except for trusting Ramsay, you've kind of undone the Boltons. So I think he has to go first.
That makes sense to me. I also think I had a thought and it just flew right out of my head. I think it was based on something in the chat here. The chat is asking for a bolt-on option on the chat on the poll. Okay, so what were we just talking about? Oh, yes. Okay, I remember my thought. You were saying about the Northern conspiracy and who's gonna maybe take Roose down or Ramsay down. What about Lady Dustin? Lady Dustin is Theon puts his finger right on it. It's like, oh, you're actually really powerful and well connected. And she's like, that's right. Roose keeps me sweet because he knows that I'm powerful. Which so she's there. She doesn't trust Roose. Roose doesn't trust her. She knows what the Boltons are. She knows that it's not Arya. She knows that Jane isn't Arya. So it's like Lady Dustin is actually a very powerful figure in Winterfell, and she is poised to turn on Roose as soon as she sees that it's convenient. Now, she does have this hatred of the Starks, or at least certain Starks. So we don't know, is she going to try to make her own play? Will she try to ally with Wyman? Will she just look for a chance to take somebody out? I don't know, but she is very much a loose cannon. What do you think about Lady Dustin, Mickey?
I think she's a secret player, and I think she's smarter than those around her. I don't think Roose will see her coming. I think Ramsay could care less, and I think she'd have more pull in the North than any Bolton will.
What if, I know how we can get her to forgive the Starks. What if Benjen shows up and marries her?
Honestly,
I don't think Dario's going to leave Essos.
He's got to rule Meereen, that's right. Yeah. Well, we'll see. But I just thought of that as we were talking about that. Yeah, Lady Dustin is. It's not just a matter of what the Manderleys and Stannis and the Boltons do. In the phrase, like Lady Dustin is there, and she is somebody that could put together an alliance of different houses. That she has connections to. So
Well, an important thing is she's another one of the northern houses. The two houses that she has control of, House Dustin and her original house, House Riswell, they kind of implied she basically controls through her brother. Um,
Riswell, yeah,
yeah, Riswell's and the Dustins, they're
as they
big.
control a lot of land.
Yeah, and they're big cavalry as well. They have a lot of horses
Yes.
on the rills, so that's very important. But it's also just the difference between having those two houses, and she's hinted at having influence over other houses, is the difference between the Boltons being more powerful than the Manderleys and not.
Riswell with the Z.
Oh God.
Nice, nice. Okay, so Roos is the chat thinks Roos might live longer, 66 to 34. That's dope. That's cool. Screw the show. Who's next? Let's do Balon Greyjoy. Balon Greyjoy. Think I know where he's going to end up.
Yeah,
All
do we
right,
have to pull this?
Sean. Let's not ruin this. Let's see what people think. Let's not tell people what to think. So his objective is to become king and increase the power of the Iron Highlands. His motive is ego and who wrote this? A moronic inability to understand times have changed and that the old way is obsolete. These are maybe blind spots as opposed to a motivation, but that's all right. His pawns, of course, are his children and the lords of the Iron Islands. And the results are that he was dead, or he is dead. The Iron Islands are weak. And there's really two plots. So first he takes the throne when Robert is king, and he makes the mistake of overlooking the fact that Robert and Ned are actual warriors who will show up on his doorstep with their weapons and knock his walls down. He sort of thought that maybe he could get away with doing some stuff out on the islands and everybody would just like, I don't want to deal with that. But Robert and Ed went and dealt with that. And then the second time, he sees the North as weak and he strikes the North. But what's the plan, man? Like, the Ironborn can't really hold the North. So really, it's just doing some raiding and causing a ruckus and then declaring himself king. But like, I guess he doesn't plan on Euron hiring a faceless man to kill him. But his scheming is pretty simple. It's just like, I want to be king again, kinda.
Yeah, he does not think through the consequences of any of his actions. He has a fairly strong naval presence, but it's not stronger than any two other naval presences in Westeros put together. So you ally the Lannisters with um, the Red Wines, and all of a sudden you're destroyed. Stannis has the Royal Navy, plus and they're capable of hiring cell sails. Like there's any number of scenarios where you can't hold the sea, and then if it becomes an actual land military battle, you've already lost. He was counting on the fact that the seven kingdoms were divided because he apparently wasn't invited to any of the weddings where Ned Stark went and married the daughter of the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. John Aaron he raised Ned and Robert, so he's close to them, and he's also married into the Riverlands. Robert is married into the Lannisters, and Robert's brother is controlling the Stormlands. His other brother is on Dragonstone with the Navy. Like, they just between that very simple alliance group, there's no hope for him. And all he had to
Right.
do was look at like a family chart, or think for all of 15 seconds, and he was incapable of doing that. And for that, I put him below even Ariane, who everybody accused me of having personal beef with. And I think Balon's even dumber.
Yeah, I think Balon is His failure is because of who he is. I think if we look at the Greyjoys, we do not sow. I mean, it's literally in their culture that they're not gonna compromise. They don't build anything, they take. So creating alliances is kind of out of the realm for them. Ironborn only really care about Ironborn, and being so stuck on in their culture really limits them, and they're one physically geographically isolated, but also in any terms of like personality compatibility with other Westerosi peeps, like they are so far gone. And I
So
think Balon thinks he's more important than what he is because he's a failure. Like he is a failure, and Ironborn are kind of too stubborn to realize that, which is why the salt chair is so ripe for the taking, because Euron is so different from Balon. He's achieved greatness. He's gone over around the world. Like Balon hasn't left his chair, but so what does he have to show other than failing a rebellion? Right? So he is his own worst enemy. I think he's the worst. I think he's worse than Ned, worse than Jorah. Like he can't even stand up without being wrong, okay? Like
You sound
so
like
Gerald
Olenna
Garcia
Tyrell talking about her son. That's how brutal this is.
yeah, she was
Yeah.
right too.
Gerald Garcia in the chat says he's like the king of the Bahamas thinking he can take on America. Like it really is silly. And he just kind of he's like, well, if we just do things the iron way, then it's kind of like, oh well, one of us is worth 10 of them. Like, no, it's not how it works. So you think he's below Jorah, huh?
Yeah,
I
he
think
doesn't accomplish anything other than getting his sons killed, his only heir leaving to Winterfell, his daughter not having any standing authority after he goes, loses the chair. Like, he just loses. I don't know why anyone was like, yeah, this guy's our leader. Man, we should have overthrown him a long time ago.
all he does is lose, lose, lose no matter what.
Jorah
Got no money.
and where's Renly? I got Renly.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jorah at least won a tournament. Like I there beyond like winning and losing, has Balon even done anything correctly in his entire life?
He like
No.
did some reaving when he was a teenager or something. Yeah, he's pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. And he could have yeah, I guess he could have used Theon's connection to the Starks to try to build some alliance or something, but he didn't do that. So
I mean, they could have even looked at other naval houses, like other people who have a navy, and try to create an alliance based on that understanding, but like doesn't even attempt to do that because, like, you know what I mean? Manderleys have ships. Like, you would think, oh, hey, we're both naval people, like they would have at least had a foothold inland, but they didn't have anything. So,
well, so we see this over and over in Westeros history. Whenever there's a war, there's only a couple of people that have real navies. Valarians and Ironborn and Red Wines and such. And so people are always trying to get the Ironborn on their side so they have ships. And it's like that's a very valuable tool. If Balin had just waited around and then Robb Stark was willing to offer him stuff for an alliance, and so were the Lannisters probably. And so he could have waited for the highest bidder and then got some marriage alliances and integrated the Ironborn further into the Seven Kingdoms. But that's not consistent with the old way. So we didn't do that. So yeah, he's really dumb and he's constantly um uh the victim of his own limitations, basically. So yeah, I agree with all
I mean,
that.
I'm surprised Asha's so competent, Like she's everything he isn't. She accomplishes stuff.
Yeah,
Look at
she might be
Ariane
somebody
moving
else's
up the
daughter.
list. Ariane's not even the third dumbest person here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they keep calling Victarion the dumb one, but like Balon.
Hold on, Victorian is absolutely really dumb. That is correct.
He
The guy's
is.
dumb as a post.
Yeah, I'll sail the Dothraki seat. No, he has a bunch of he is genuinely dumb, but the stakes are lower. Where and that's something like when you look at Jorah being a terrible schemer, the stakes aren't really that high. Like Dany can still ignore his advice. But with
Yeah,
Balon,
Balin's got an entire nation on his back with his idiocy. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Okay, High Sparrow time. So he is a schemer, but he's also a true believer, it would seem. And his goal is essentially to convert people to his religion, a little bit like Melisandre. Where is he? Here he is. And his motive seems to be zealotry. He doesn't have one specific mark. What happens is that he essentially gets involved in the politics because he figures out that Cersei killed the last High Septon. And then the whole Marjorie thing, the Kettle Black thing happens. So Cersei's basically delivering him pawns to take Cersei down, which he then starts doing after he gets Cersei to hand him the key, the permission to reform their military order. So he essentially seems to be a plotter, but we don't know if there's any secret agenda besides just making the faith more powerful. And he seems to be kind of opportunistic. His main skills are oratory and principle, and his ability to inspire others. But he's mostly taking advantage of Cersei's blunders here. And he's using the connection that the Tyrells have to the faith to his advantage. And so now essentially Tommen and Marjorie are the pawns in his scheming. So Mickey, go ahead first on the High Sparrow.
I think his blind spot is overestimating the Seven's reach, because I think the people might be more believers than like the Highborns. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Catelyn was, but are her children really? No, it's more for demonstration, right? So I think what he sees as like, oh, everyone's gonna come, like we're gonna, like Melisandre trying to like extend her cult. I will say it's a cult. It's a way to control people. I think he'll overextend himself, and I think that's kind of what's happened with Cersei and with Marjorie, because his like control is only in the realm of like keeping those in power in check. But I think the people in power, if they did unify, they could overrun him so easily, right? It's just unifying the other people. But like I could see Daenerys coming in and just burning them up.
Sorry, I was just saying the High Sparrow's got to be in the book because religious power is so important in medieval life. And we've seen that
It
sometimes
is.
the power of religious leaders can be greater than political leaders. So George is having fun showing you all this. Here's a High Septon who doesn't have a lot of power, but the office is a powerful one when somebody else gets in there. So it's just the kind of thing that George likes to write about. And yeah, I think the High Sparrow, a little bit of an incomplete grade. This is something we're looking to see what happens going forward. Um, but he's been very effective so far, like scary effective. And if he does have some wider agenda, he's in position to really control, the ruling monarchy of King's Landing in going forward. So, Sean, your
I'd say,
thoughts?
oh,
go ahead.
I was gonna say I would rank him lower than Euron in Theranos, because it's funny. Melisandre, Euron, and the High Sparrow are trying to sell you this idea, right? And it takes
Mm-hmm.
buy-in from the people to do it. And he's slowly starting to demonstrate how important he is, how important the Seven are in controlling literally the king of Westeros.
I'm putting him above Euron. I think he's been very successful, and his power is not based on magic tricks that may or may not manifest, but rather principle and oratory. And the chat pointed out this is partially a result of Tywin having ravaged the Riverlands and despoiled all these septs and farms and holdfasts and things. All these people are crying out for justice. That is the power that the High Septon is wielding. So to me, it's a little more solid than what Euron has. And Melisandre is not, to Sean's point, she's converted some people, but her main goal isn't converting thousands of people. She's trying to do specific magic stuff with Azor High at the Wall. I'd actually put the High Septon above both of them in Theranos.
Yeah.
Your opinion, you think so too, Sean?
Yeah, I do. And I think the biggest reason for that is that, first off, he has a huge military now. The Faith
True.
Militant is gigantic. He
In
wields
the
very
capital
real.
city.
Yeah, this is not influence. This is direct power. He has soft power and he has direct political power.
Hard power, yeah.
And a lot of it have been from, Cersei fumbles and unforced errors here. Like, it was not his idea to, restart the Faith Militant. That was her. But
To make a sports analogy, Sean, high septon points off turnovers, very high.
oh yeah, he's taking advantage. He's running the fast break. In the show, they even made him a shoemaker for that reason. But yeah, he's. I don't think there's much of an ulterior motive for him. I think he is meant to represent some of the more powerful cardinals and popes in European history,
Yeah.
because George has been very transparent that he has based the faith of the seven on the Catholic Church. And so we're in a
Sean,
medieval.
yes, let me cut in here. Sean in the chat is a different Sean. In the chat is asking or suggesting that he may throw open the gates to Fagon.
Yeah, I think so. I think the scene where they blew up the sept in the show, I think instead of that being some weird ritual where they're trying to like kink shame Loras or whatever it was, instead will be the coronation of Fagon by the High Sparrow.
Oh, and you think Cersei might blow that up?
Yeah.
Interesting idea. Mickey's like, yeah, that sounds like something Cersei would do, stroking the hair.
Yeah.
I know. What do
would.
you think about the High Sparrow? And Fagon also.
I think the High Sparrow is really lucky to be in that position. I think he, kind of like popes of yesteryear. I grew up Catholic, so the like I love the history because it's just European history. Like that, that's literally what it is.
Yeah. I
It
grew up
brought
Catholic too.
kings together, destroyed other kingdoms. Is the actual regional power in Europe. Maybe not to this day, but I would say definitely in the back days.
It's
Yeah,
still the
I think the
wealthiest
High Sparrow.
organization on Earth.
What was that?
It's still the wealthiest organization on Earth.
Oh yeah, exactly. So them asking for tithings is hilarious. Um, but I do think the High Sparrow will see more of his power plays. I think it's an interesting idea for him to crown Fagon. So I guess we'll see what happens with Tommen and Fagon and all that good stuff. I'm very excited for his moves.
Okay, so you guys both agree then that he is above Melisandre and Euron.
I think so. Yeah. Just
Yeah,
in terms of.
I think so.
Okay. Cool. Well, then we've got to move on to.
Only got a couple left here.
We got some oddballs left here. Let's do Tyrion and stay in King's Landing here. Where is Tyrion? Right here.
So we've only got, I think, Tyrion, Mance, and Samwell Tarly left. I think are the three.
A Theon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
All right, so let me find the Tyrion notes here. Tyrion does a lot of plotting in the second and third books, obviously in King's Landing when he is given the handship. The thing is that his emotional goals mess with his tactical goals. He's got a lot of blind spots. So he's got this need to impress his dad and be accepted. The problem is that in this environment, even a father and son are political rivals to some extent. So we talked about Roose and Ramsay. Ramsay is his heir, but he's also considering him a threat. And Tywin does the same thing to Tyrion. Like we said, shows up in King's Landing, kneecaps his power, and puts him back in his place because Tywin's not ready to ride off into the sunset and let his kids start taking more power. He's too egotistical to do that. He doesn't trust Tyrion enough to do that. And so Tyrion is blind spot is his dad. He doesn't see that coming. Even after his dad put him on the front line infantry at the Battle of the Red Fork, even after that, he still didn't see it coming. Also, Shay, obviously a huge blind spot for Tyrion. So he also is under this idea that like if he does a good job as Hand, the people of King's Landing will eventually love him, even though he's a dwarf. And so then when they curse him out at the trial, it's the shattering of that belief. And he's like, I'll never be accepted by polite society. And so he really gives in to self-pity and rage and stuff after that. So his plotting, Sean, what plots is he doing? He's plotting against like Tywin a little bit, certainly against Cersei a lot. He does a thing with Varys and Pycelle where he gives people different information and sees who tells who. And he outwits Janos Slynt, obviously. That was easy. So he's a pretty good plotter.
Well,
Um,
he also definitely plots to weaken his enemies. So he's the one who put through the marriage of Myrcella, which it looked like Dorne was going to end up on the side of Renly before that. And they were actively planning how to counter that, military force behind, an extra 15,000 spears behind Renly. But yeah, he kept them out of the war. That was a very successful plot. It really mobilized Cersei against him, unfortunately. But he did a number of things. He put Tommen in the custody of the Rosbys, and then his King's Guard surrendered to the group that eventually came and took him. It was a whole thing. But yeah, he's plotting constantly. He's very much playing the Game of Thrones. And for a while, he's pretty successful until he starts really losing it with his blind spots. One, like the closer he gets to Shay, the more his judgment is skewed. When his dad comes back again, like his dad does kneecap his power, puts him in a shitty room. And eventually his dad gives him an important position. He makes him the master of coin, and that's big. And that makes him, fairly powerful again. But by that time, his dad being that close to him, all of his daddy issues are on display, and he's making mental lapses. He has similar, issues dealing with, Cersei. But yeah, he's basically, by that time, his ability to scheme was completely compromised, and he got taken completely by surprise at the Purple Wedding as a patsy.
Yeah, and the chat is also pointing out that once he got back on his feet, he also turned Fagon around and sent him west instead of east. Which he just did that kind of because he was bored and because he figured out what was going on, and he's just like rusty. He's like, oh, I should practice a little manipulation and stuff. Um, so we can see like his skill level is really incredible when it comes to manipulation and the ins and outs of scheming. Like he has a lot of attention for detail. Some of these other schemers don't. Renly very much has no attention to detail in the execution of things. Tyrion is very detail oriented. He gets his hands dirty. He cleans up the Simon Silvertongue thing and has him boiled into soup. He's if it weren't for his blind spots, he would be hideously effective on the level of Varys or Littlefinger, essentially. But he's really got a lot of trauma and family stuff carrying around, and that seems to be his shortcoming. But the Tyrion 3.0 that could emerge helping Dany might be a top level player by that time if he can master some of that emotional stuff. So right now, I think the chat has it right that he's Cointel Pro. And for me, I'd have him near the top. I might put him ahead of Wyman. I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
In a vacuum, I put him ahead of Wyman, but he's also more compromised than Wyman in his judgment with his blind spots and flaws. That's tough. I think
They're close.
I think maybe I would put him just behind Wyman, just because he the results have spoken for themselves. Wyman has made his house a lot more powerful, and they're poised to take back the North. Tyrion is a drunk slave in a camp.
True. But I think that Tyrion has showed so many different skills that we should count on him to bounce back. For example, he turned the Vale clans into allies when most
Yeah.
people just would have died. That was incredible. I mean, it's a little author intervention there, but like he did that. He turned them into allies. Then he took them down, got them armed from his dad, and effectively used them as his own personal army in King's Landing while he was hand. So he's very quick on his feet. He can make allies out of the low and the highborn alike. He can run in a lot of different circles, in court or on the streets. So he's got a little Daemon Targaryen sort of worldliness to him. So I don't know, Mickey. What do you think? How would you relate him to Wyman, and how would you sort of characterize his skill level overall?
So Tyrion, so Wyman is able to do compromises and make alliances even if he doesn't believe in them for the betterment of his house. Tyrion is unable to do that in any aspect of his life. I mean, there are moments in him and Cersei's relationship where he could sit there and calm her anxieties down, and like her being so
True.
on edge all the time, where he can calm her down, but chooses to antagonize her further because that feels better to him. The same thing with his father. He could literally take a step back, maybe shut up a little bit, and start to climb his way up to being more confident in Tywin's eyes, right? Like he could definitely crawl his way up with his family, but because he's been so slighted and he just
Mm-hmm.
needs, just like Cersei, needs to lash out to feel better. And we see what happens at the very end with Tyrion and Tywin. And depending on how Daenerys views his crime of passion, we'll see how good of a position he can crawl into in her court.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do agree. I think he has the skills to overcome where he's at. But again, I don't know how emotional he is at this point. He did mess with Vagon a little bit to be bored, and was able to like kind of manipulate his way with some of the other, with other people where he's been stranded.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it just depends on what he evolves to be. I mean, because thus far, his only allies have been people he pays. Bronn
You're
is
right.
only his ally because he was
Yeah.
getting paid. And
Correct.
even the ladies of the night, while he does have some type of relationships with them, they're paid for, right? So he doesn't really allow anyone in, maybe for right reasons, like the trauma you mentioned, but I don't see him being able to create a genuine alliance, and maybe Daenerys will be that way. We do see a little bit um, with Penny, but even then, Tyrion may not view her
As
in
equal.
high regard.
No,
I think
yeah,
he
you're
might
right. He
feel,
has not done any collaboration or building alliances at all. He's basically tried to do everything himself, and by using other people. So he is in the style of a Littlefinger or a Varys more than some of these other people. Yeah. So
Yeah, I think he ends up as Illuminati, but I think he's mid COINTELPRO at this point.
yeah,
And it's something I think you brought up about him shutting his mouth, because that's a huge problem for him. He really antagonizes people like Joffrey, who are never going to let that kind of thing go. And it's part of the reason he was so easy to blame for the Purple Wedding. He's antagonizing Cersei all the time. Like, him not being able to shut up severely impacts his ability to scheme and consolidate power and create even temporary alliances. So yeah,
I
like,
agree. I agree that makes me put him below Wyman. He doesn't have the self-control that Wyman has, and that's an important part of scheming. That's a good point.
yet.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how he evolves. It'll be interesting.
Well, like I said, 3.0 version could be
Yeah.
serious.
So what do we got? Theon?
Yeah, let's do Theon. Come on down, Theon. All right. Theon, his plot is to take Winterfell. His dad sends him on one mission, and he's like, I've got a great idea. Let's take Winterfell. It'll be more impressive. But of course, the problem is that Theon doesn't think ahead at all. And he doesn't think about holding it, or what's he going to do once he's taken it. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand Ironborn culture. When we see that when he goes back home, he does like so. He just his plans are all doomed to fail because he doesn't think ahead, and he's really just caught up in this emotion of this scene. Like, oh, I will take the castle and stand on the wall, and everyone will cheer, and I'll have done the thing. But he's not. He's just divorced from reality. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, he's really easy to manipulate because he just wants to be so important all the time. I know I bring this up and I know chat's probably tired of me saying it, but yeah, he has daddy issues and he wants to prove himself one way or another and he overextends his hand and he gets run over by Ramsay so easily. He is played to a fiddle and literally catches himself in Ramsay's web. Only and he even he's so broken down that he doesn't even think he can do anything, like accomplish anything. So when the Jane plot comes in, he's literally battling himself whether or not he could even do something about it, and that's how broken down he is. And I don't think he's as smart as he thinks he is. I think he's worse. I don't want to be like he's worse than Ned or worse than Balon, but I would actually say he's worse than his own dad. Or maybe not. Maybe right above Balon, but only because he did accomplish taking over Winterfell. But other than that, he's a complete failure. Like, that's
He's
it.
definitely following in his father's footsteps. It's the same sort of we're just gonna do it, and then something else will happen, and hopefully that'll be cool. Sean, your thoughts?
So I want to play a little devil's advocate here to be completely clear. 100%, I think he's in Fisher Price, but I will say that he left the Iron Islands when he was 9, and he swings for the fences in a bunch of ways that look really, really stupid to us, and they are. But just to give a little bit of context, so he goes on Rob's behalf to his dad, and they're basically talking out a scenario where they invade the Westerlands, and he puts Theon in charge of Casterly Rock as Lord of Casterly Rock, with Balon as King of the Iron Islands. He gets his crown back, and on paper, that's an amazing deal for Balon, and he doesn't even have to do the lion's share of the fighting. He basically just has to uphold a blockade and attack the Lannisters from a direction they weren't expecting.
Mm-hmm.
So, they're not going to take the rock. It would have to be surrendered after a siege, probably. But the idea is, on paper, that makes sense. You're giving Balon Greyjoy a lot in that deal. And Balon Greyjoy basically says, no, screw you. That's the gold price. I'll pay the iron price, blah, blah, blah. And he flips the bird at Ned Stark and invades the North. And Ned Stark's not even alive to receive that bird. So it was just weird emotional stuff, and a combination of that and Ironborn culture that Theon was unable to predict in his dad. And that makes sense.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying if Balin hadn't been a psycho devotee of Ironborn, or backwards devotee of Ironborn Old Way culture, he would have seen that the deal Theon brought him was good, and that whole thing may have worked out a lot better.
And they would have ended in a place of huge power there. And then even later, Theon does things, and it's clear that he didn't learn any better when his dad turned down that deal, because the idea of taking Winterfell and then asking his dad to come reinforce him, hey, look, you wanted to take some northern territories. I took the whole north. Now help me hold it. That makes a lot more sense if he hadn't just turned down a very similar deal on Casterly Rock. Like, that is not something Balon is interested in doing. He's not interested in holding huge swaths of mainland territory. They are basically afraid of full-scale military conflict. They want to be able to escape to the sea at any given time.
Right.
So,
that scene with Asha was incredible, where she's telling him the truth, but he just can't hear it because emotionally he doesn't want to give in, and he doesn't want to give up his prize. but it's a really well written scene because we always have those moments in life when we look back and we're like, man, that person told me exactly what I needed to hear, but I didn't listen. I wish I had.
Right. So, I mean, I guess my point, the only point I'm making, is that he's not as dumb as his dad. And he's not as dumb as, we're kind of making him out to be,
I think
as his
you've
dad
convinced
is.
me.
But he is, especially the Winterfell thing, he should have known better by then. So
He's
he's
smarter than his dad, if only for seeing the wisdom of allying with the Starks, where we just said Balin is an idiot because he doesn't even conceive of alliance building. So I think that's a solid point, Sean. Do you agree, Mickey? We'll where are we going to put
I
old
do.
Theon? Is he? I think he's smarter than Jorah, too.
um yeah, I think between Jorah and Ned is not a bad place for him.
Yeah, I think so. Because Jorah could be making more alliances, like actual alliances, and not just with Varys.
I think Jorah is worried that the alliances might sleep with Dany.
Yeah, I think so too.
That feels about similar. Like Jorah, they both have some knowledge of the world, but they're just really foolish and self-absorbed. So that's kind of, yeah,
Really compromised in their judgment.
yeah. So we've got Mance and Sam left. Let's go ahead and do Sam first. Sam Tarley, he's got one plot that he does, and that plot is to get Jon elected Lord Commander. And oh, I forgot to put him on the notes. In fact, I just put him in the whatever. No, I did add him to the notes.
Yeah,
Sam
we did.
Tarley, there he is. Okay.
You did.
So yeah, he's motivated by a genuine belief in Jon and concern about the others. Pretty straightforward. He thinks Jon's got it can't be Dennis Mallister or Cotter Pike. It's got to be Jon. And so he plays Pike and Mallister off of each other and uses them. They are both marks and pawns. He is saying to Denny's, "Oh, well, you wouldn't want Cotter to be," and he says to Cotter, "Oh, you wouldn't want Denny's Mallister, would you?" And so he sells both of them as on Jon as a compromise. It's a simple scheme, but it works. Thanks. Shout out to the Raven, Blood Raven with the dramatic bird entrance, But yeah, it was Sam's scheme. He did it himself. He had the idea. And I think maybe we should look at this as signs of things to come. George is showing us that Sam is clever enough to pull something like this off. So maybe in the future we'll need a scheme, someone simple like Jon. We'll be looking for some sort of scheme level planning, and there will be Sam. Sam is now wrapped up in Marwyn and Old Town and all that stuff. So he might have an opportunity to scheme more in the future or be a part of scheming. So I think I would put Sam on Fisher Price, but like near the top, because it's definitely my first scheme. It's very small. It involves literally like three people. And it is his first scheme, but it works. So yeah, that's where I would go with him. Fisher Price, but the top. And COINTELPRO kind of makes some sense. We're rigging elections, so that's definitely FBI, CIA business. More CIA than FBI, but close enough.
Depends on whose elections, really.
Yes,
But
right. FBI
yeah,
handles internal elections, and no, I'm kidding. Mickey, go ahead.
So I love Sam as a schemer. I will say, I think a lot of people love Sam, but what I love about Sam is his impact on the story, not just on Jon, but the story as a whole. He's going to be a key player into Westeros truth and history coming out. I don't think it's just Bran. I think Sam and Bran will be instrumental in that. So Sam, yeah, he plays the Night's Watch. He gets Jon elected. But the funny thing, and I don't think he realizes this because he doesn't know that Jon died. Um, but what I realized, and maybe this is my own tinfoil, is I think if Sam hadn't left, Jon would still be alive. And I think because of the way he plays the Night's Watch and how trustworthy Sam is, because he really wins them over. And I think he's smart enough to know what they're thinking. And I think he could have advised Jon against this. Not that his alliance with the Wildlings isn't good and is strategically a good move.
He
but
didn't
I think
sell
he
it
would have
though,
helped.
yeah.
Yeah, he didn't sell it well, and I think Sam could have sold it for him. So I think Sam is going to play a really big role in more schemes and bringing the realms to like have this understanding, right? He's going to get all this information from the Citadel and he's going to use it for good. I really think Sam is a hero figure. And yeah, I don't know. I have nothing but good things to say about Sam, other than I wish he had been there and John didn't die. But maybe fun things will happen because John died. We'll see. Very
So
exciting.
in blind spot for Sam, I put that he didn't know what effect promoting John would have. Excuse me.
Yeah.
John, he hardens himself after where is Sam? There he is. Sorry. He hardens himself pretty badly and sends all his friends away and does the thing with Gilly's baby, and Sam's like, "Oh man, John's heart is really hardened, and who is this person?" So like that's the thing, is he's not experienced enough to know what putting a 16-year-old boy in charge of the Night's Watch is going to do to him. That 16-year-old boy. He just can see that John is the one who takes the threat of the others the most seriously, and therefore should be Lord Commander. But then, of course, John is a boy who's now Lord Commander, so he has to make hard decisions. I agree that if Sam was around, John might have been able to navigate that situation better. There's no doubt Sam would have had some counsel, and Sam's one of the few people John listens to. John doesn't listen to Bo and Marsh and the other Night's Watchmen when they try to tell him stuff. Some of that stuff he should have listened to more. So, yeah, I think that's all true. Where's the poll going here? We've got 50% for Cointel Pro, 28 for Fisher Price. So yeah, what did it say you, Sean?
Well, I would say so. First off, I look at Sam and his entire arc is growth in every way. But by the end, we're seeing him become a competent sailor, and he's, actually firing accurate arrows across at pirate ships trying to take them. He's now arriving in Old Town with some actual agency. He's not stumbling over himself and stuttering as much. He's actually, he's possessing himself a lot more. So what I look at the beginning, he had a really dumb idea and no means of seeing it through when he tried to get John to get Gilly out of Craster's keep to save the baby.
Okay.
It was very poorly done. There was no way to do it. He didn't have a plan. He just expected John to fix things for him because that's what John had done up to that point. Then we look at him really putting his foot on the scale in the Night's Watch election, which was what you guys focused on. That's a huge step for him. I still put him at the very top of Fisher Price because he has not done a lot of scheming and he's had very mixed success, but he's trending upwards. He will end up in Cointel Pro towards the top of it. He's a very bright guy, and he's gaining confidence, I think, is the biggest thing, and that's displaying in every aspect of his life, which will make his scheming easier because he's already good at all the other things. He's very clever. He reads people very well. Ingenuity, all the things you guys mentioned.
Yeah, I would have voted top of Fisher Price. I can see the Cointel Pro again because it is election rigging, it's politics, and he's doing some trickery, but the trickery is literally just him going, "Oh, you wouldn't want this guy to be Lord Commander, would you?" Like, he's not doing false flag stuff or elaborate ruses, really. But yeah, so I could see either one of those. The chat voted Cointel Pro. I'm going to put him at the top of Fisher Price. Sorry, chat. The panel all thinks Fisher Price, so we're going to go with that. But I understand. I understand the voting there.
But I hate Ramsay so much. I want Sam to go above him.
Well, Ramsay
Just
will
emotionally.
soon be dead, and Sam will be above him by default, and we can all be very happy.
Yeah, I will literally cry tears of happiness. I will laugh. I will cackle at Ramsay's downfall.
And I think if Sam's political skill, if he were in King's Landing instead of the Night's Watch and he were advising somebody who wanted to be a contestant for the throne, he would have some pretty good advice. Like, he understands people, and he's clever, and he's got a good knowledge of history. So I'm comfortable with putting him over Cersei and Renly. Yeah. Sean, you're
I'm
making a
sorry.
face.
I'm sorry. I wasn't making the faces at you. My dog came in and immediately just farted all over me so bad. Uh,
Olivia, helpless fast.
sorry.
As soon, actually, as soon as I said, Sean, you're making a face, and you said, no, actually, my dog, I knew exactly where the rest of it was going.
My dogs do that too, and it's wild. Silent but deadly. Do birds fart?
No, not that I
Wow.
have observed.
Interesting.
Don't seem to.
Lucky.
Goose farts, but Cleo does not.
Well, Goose makes fart sounds, but he makes them with his voice box, so it's different.
Oh God.
Okay.
I don't know where he's heard fart sounds, but somewhere he's heard them and he's copied them. So, Mance Raider. Mance Raider. He is got a few things going on. First, he is scheming to unite the North. And it's a scheme because he's got ulterior motives that he's not sharing with everyone. He's talking about the Horn of Jorman and invading and all this stuff. Basically, they're running from the others, though. And he has to use all these different techniques in order to consolidate the wildlings. What was the line exactly? Winning people to his cause with a song, a sword, a threat, a bribe, or friendship. So he's using all these different means. So he's very skilled politically. And his scheme is one of those straightforward schemes. It's not incredibly labyrinthine and deceptive. It's something with a clear objective, kind of like Melisandre or the High Sparrow, maybe. Or Danny in certain circumstances. So that's the first scheme. There's some smaller ones, like he sneaks into Winterfell hiding as a singer to meet Robert and to suss things out. And then later he basically comes up with a scheme for Melisandre about how to get into Winterfell, which he does with the 6 wildling washerwomen. That's basically Mance's scheme that Mel is aiding with the glamour. So he's pretty clever. Scheming is not necessarily the main thing that he does, but he's pulled a couple of them. So, Sean, what do you have to say about Mance as a schemer?
Right. Well, he's been remarkably effective. He united the clans, and I think that is like if we're considering that a scheme, with a sword, a song, a word, all of these things. He's any means necessary. He's pulled together 100,000 wildlings. Like that's an unfathomable number in medieval times. And he got, if we look at the end result, what did we say? Like a huge percentage of them did actually make it across the wall. And they're talking about settling in the north, they're manning castles. They're, if we're talking about getting his people safe from becoming other fodder and in fighting against the others as a threat, or at least, defending against them, having an incursion into, where his people are now and where they're safe, he's been extremely effective, more effective than maybe anybody else could have been in that situation. So, like he has some blind spots. Everything did not go the way that he wanted it to. He never. It is kind of a Deus ex machina that Stannis showed up and scuttled his invasion, but also, how was he planning to get that many people over the wall? So
yeah, I the horn part of it is Theranos like, because he's like, I got a magic thing. It's going to be a magic solution to our unsolvable problem, right? But then he manages. He was planning on using that as a bluff to negotiate, which is actually realistic. So he wasn't planning on blowing a horn to knock down the wall, but rather using that idea to force negotiation. And as Sean pointed out, ultimately he does succeed. Many wildlings get south of the wall. Also, we should point out that he has a scheme within a scheme, because he has pitched this scheme to Melisandre to go to Winterfell with the washerwomen, but he's looking for the Winterfell crypts. He's got some other plan that he's trying to do there with the washerwoman and Theon and stuff. We don't know if the letter is true, He may have sent the bloody letter. He may be in a crow cage, or he may not be. He may have a way to get out of that cage. He may be looking for secret passages. He may be looking for magical talismans in the crypts. We don't friggin' know. So whatever his deeper scheme is, we actually don't know what that is. So the fact that he's running a scheme within a scheme that he pitched to someone else who is a schemer shows you, like, he's got a mind for this stuff. So where would you put him? He's the chat is putting him in Theranos, and I'm clicking on the wrong thing, with a strong runner-up for Cointel Pro, because yeah, it's a lot of intelligence stuff. I would probably put him in Cointel Pro just for the distinction that I said. He wasn't actually planning on using the horn, but just using that as a ruse to force negotiation. And
Well,
if I
that
was going
was
to put him in Cointel Pro, where would I put him? Probably just behind Tyrion, because he's not doing as devious stuff as Tyrion quite. But no, I don't know. He's a lot more controlled than Tyrion.
I put him in Illuminati. I'm in the minority there, but I just look at the continent shaping effects of what he's doing, and he has denied the others maybe 40,000 bodies or more. Like, that's a huge result, bigger than really anybody else on this list has done in terms of furthering their own goals.
True.
He just may be too benevolent to be Illuminati, but
Yeah, it's tough because he didn't do it all through scheming. He did a lot of stuff through very straightforward
right.
acts of valor and leadership and stuff. There's only some scheming involved. So the scheming doesn't get credit for all of his achievements. But his main goal is to get the wildlings south of the wall and deny the others' bodies. Yeah, like you said. So Mickey, what's your opinion on Mance?
I think for me, he is Theranos because of how he brings people together. Like, he really gets people to do a buy-in and believe what he's saying, even though he knows it's not real. I think the
That's true.
wildlings do. I think they look at him and they're like, he has all this power. He's right. He's this, and this. And I think, as you said, he can win people over with a song, a sword, a threat, a bribe, a friendship. Very much like winning people over to religion, right? Because what are you promising?
Mhm. Or
Salvation.
investors. Yeah. Yeah.
We're investors, right? Exactly. So he has this huge promise that he hasn't delivered. And I feel like his downfall was not pushing an alliance with the Night's Watch well as soon as he went over to the other side, because he kind of burned a bridge and contributed to the many battles between the Night's Watch and the Wildlings. I think all of that could have been avoided if he had kind of gotten over his own shit with the Night's Watch.
Interesting.
And he would have been a lot more effective, I think. John was able to bridge this alliance, right? And I think Mance had more skills, but I think his own feelings got in his way. So he could have been more effective, I think.
Are we going to put him just below the High Septon and above Melisandre?
I think so, with his accomplishments. Like Sean said, he did save a ton of people and prevented a ton of people from becoming whites. So he is effective even with his own people, if not with the Night's Watch.
I think that's right. And I think he's overall more a well-rounded schemer than Melisandre. Melisandre is another character where she's only doing some scheming. She's really selling a vision. So is Mance, though. You're right. So I do think Theranos is probably right.
Well,
Above the High Sparrow, you think? Huh.
He reads people really well, and he's basically created an image for himself with the wildlings, which is kind of what you were referring to. He's the Mance. So it's it's a similar effect to what Melisandre is doing, but she's not reading people. When she's kind of selling this vision, she's trying to sell a one size fits all, and then she's killing resistance. So it's very, very different methods, but it is kind of a similar result.
Yeah, and Mance doesn't have sorcery to use.
Right.
What would Melisandre be without sorcery? So yeah, Mance is very skilled, and there's some similarities with the High Septon as far as getting people to believe in a better world, but being sort of a tough guy champion for the downtrodden. There's some similar vibes there. Cool. Well, there you go, folks. There's your schemers. Obviously, nobody expects the faceless men. There's no questioning them. Varys and Illyrio, top level schemers, obviously. Littlefinger, he's just so obviously got a downfall coming. It's hard to push him up too much higher, but he's very, very clever. Just such a bad person, Like even Illyrio and Varys, their motive is to put Fagon on the throne. Littlefinger is just like loves chaos. That's why I wore my chaotic shirt today. Like he's really scum. He's the kind of sadistic. Yeah, he enjoys other people's pain and stuff, Anyway, this is been a good stream. Definitely got some Fisher Price level plotters out here that shouldn't be plotting. Most of those people are dead. Pretty much all of them are dead. Theon is half alive. Jorah's half alive. Arianne is fully alive, and Sam is fully alive. The rest are dead. So a lot of dead people here, and soon to be dead people.
Yeah.
Tywin's
I
dead.
Apologize. Summer has taken her shot for fame.
Okay, well, this is turning into porn now. You're making out with your dog here on
Sorry.
It's cool. It's cool. But yeah, thank you, chat. Just a reminder, subscribe to these two guys' channels. Mickey, you're on Twitch. You're what's your handle on Twitch?
I am QQ Mickey. I'll put it in chat. Here we go, chat. Go there. Follow me.
Go there.
Well, they call follows subscribers, so it's a little different over there.
Cool. So, yeah. And this week, guys, we will. Sorry, Sean. I was just skipping you and moving on to the next announcement. Hero with 1,000 Voices is Sean's channel. And you can get the link to that right in the description below. You don't even have to type anything. Just click on the link. And yeah, go subscribe to Sean. Sean, what are you doing? What do you got coming?
I've already filmed it. I'm editing a Treasure Island video where it's all about pirates, all about the author, all about how it's affected popular culture, influenced all of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, how it's influenced A Song of Ice and Fire. Has a huge amount of reference and influence Treasure Island. But yeah, it's just pirate stuff. Other than that, I'm doing a Christmas Carol later in the month. Those are both Patreon videos. Other than that, I'm still working on my Sigurd video, the hero Sigurd for Lord of the Rings, how he's influenced J.R.R. Tolkien when Tolkien was writing Lord of the Rings. And that has really ended up a much bigger subject than I wanted it to be. So I've been working on that. But mainly, guys, please just follow my social media. It's sparse and I'm terrible at it and I need your help. But yeah, I'm pumping out Patreon content and I'm hoping to get back to making some good broad-based YouTube videos here pretty soon.
Well, the Treasure Island thing is cool because in January at some point, you'll come on here and we'll do some sort of a pirate Ice and Fire stream to follow up on that. So looking forward to what you have to say there.
And the wardrobe.
What's that?
And the wardrobe.
What about the wardrobe?
Oh, I'm gonna be dressed like a pirate, like full on.
Oh,
yes.
I see. Well, I'll have the parrot. So, Summertime thanking us for the panel, and also thank you, Summer and Jason. Praising my Ironborn analysis. Yeah, I've certainly done a lot more Ironborn analysis than anyone else. Do you think there are any Squisher faction motivations in Balon, Euron, and even Black Heron's Westerosi ambitions? I don't think so. I think there is a parallel with Black Heron taking over. I explained this in the Moat Cailin video, but Black Heron building Harrenhal, I think, is a parallel for the ancient Deep Ones building Moat Cailin. So it's parallels, but I don't. And I think Euron might be under control of the Deep Ones. But yeah, Euron is, we don't know. That's a big giant question mark. So could anyone in the story beat Tyrion in Syvass? Probably not. He does seem to be the best at it, but who knows? Maybe like Zarzo and Daxos. It's like a wicked good Syvass player.
Does he
So-
pretend to lose to that guy? Or does he actually lose? I forget.
I think he pretends to lose.
He pretends to lose? Okay.
Yeah. So, all right,
Which
guys,
is-
it's been only 4 hours. Let me go and take care of my birds and stuff. Thank you guys for joining me and sticking around so long. And look out for the Old Town video this week. It was going to come out last week, but I just need to work on it a little longer. So please click on it when it comes out. It's going to be my... What's that?
What are you going to do for the intro to that?
It's probably going to be the Hightower video, Sean. But I have a lot more Hightower footage than you've seen, and I've been saving it for this video. So this will be my biggest video of the year. I know, it's exciting. Biggest video of the year, 90 minutes, Origins of Old Town. So look for that one this week. Happy holidays, stay safe, and I'll see you next week.
Thanks for having us.